Okay. What is that? Oh my god. Shit, did you delete that?
What's that? What's that? Simon. Simon. Simon, come on. Come on, man. Sheesh. Alright. It's been a very busy morning. Lots has been done already. We got both cats fed, outdoor cats fed, trash has been taken out to the street, I've taken the trash out of the house. I've cleaned and given both the cats new fresh litter, so new clean boxes, fresh litter in their boxes. Now Simon, well, now they both have the same litter, respiratory care for Simon for his lungs, and now I wait till 9 o'clock for Simon's next medicine. Holy shit, it's been a busy morning. Well, of course I've taken a shower, have not shaved. I have a doctor's appointment today. I think I was supposed to have labs drawn too. Damn it. Oh well. Yeah, I'm exhausted now. Your health? What? What are you talking about? The appointment? I better start talking on here. Shit. You didn't join Discord, I noticed. Yeah, it is. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, 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 stop fucking attacking him. Right when he walks in the fucking door, cat. Stop attacking him. Boy. It's Don't attack her when you. Bitch. Stop! Stop! Act like that, dude. Nope. Nope. Well. Oh. Go out, silly. Send you an invite. Oh. Let's see. I'll have the command set up for here. We'll get a link. Hey. Why you gotta be so excited? Why you gotta be so crazy, huh? Why you gotta be... Why you gotta be so crazy? Kidding? Fuck, man. Like, you're non-stop aggravating, cat. Oh man, cash. Of course, I got a cached bowl here. I gotta clean the bowl out with a... Fuck, man. Life's keeping me busy today. Hey! We get you situated. Gotta add stuff. You can see more stuff, what's going on. Hey! Oh, looks like she likes the chicken too. Man, she's got to be eating for more than just her. For her to be coming back already. She ate almost, like, probably 2/3 of the last can. A little blurry. I need to go in there and crispen it up, maybe. See the gifts you get for joining Discord. Mama came back. Alright, that's a little better. Yeah, it's crispier. And I put an extra tablespoon of water in that. Actually, like a tablespoon and a half of water. Could be another hot one. What the? I swear she fucking fucks with the cables just to get attention from me at this point. Dude, that was Mama to the rescue, actually. Did you rewind that and look at who ran back past? It was Mama chasing the tuxedo. Yeah, she was actually chasing the tuxedo. If you pause it, she was on his ass, dude. He must have been getting in a fight with Crossback. Whitefoot. Fuck, man. Hopefully hopefully the other cat's alright, man. Mama had to come to the rescue. That's pretty epic, though, that she came to the rescue. It must be her son for her to do something like that. He would have been at what 59, 11, 7, 59, and well, shoot. That's interesting because I think the tuxedo is actually a street cat too, judging by how dirty it is. And it kind of sucks he can't get a bite to eat. He's probably spraying the most around here, though. Oh, by the way, I saw Mama spray on the bushes the other day. She got done eating and she walked down to the left and sprayed. So that's probably why my entire fucking house outside smells like cat piss. They all are spraying it. Fucking shit. Yeah, she did eat pretty good. I wonder if I should go clean up the plate and put out some dry. Or at least scrape that all up to the middle. Maybe give the tuxedo an opportunity to maybe sneak in and get a bite. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go scrape that real fast. I think it sucks. It's hopefully the other cats are, man, and hopefully both of the cats. I don't like to hear cats fighting ever. I don't like to hear that. Come in. Come in, come on. Baby, come on, Steve. You know she's gonna attack you. Why are you so skittish today? The body's making Simon skittish. Good morning, Ted. Yo, you missed it, man. If you roll back to what was it, 7 something and 11 seconds, it's in the chat. You can see Mama chasing the tuxedo because he was getting in a fight. I think that he was fighting her son, Crossback, aka Whitefoot. I think he was fighting him, and she came to the rescue. Mama, well, she got a lot of energy now because she got maybe she dropped off the babies already. She's a little lighter, but she's either eating for babies in her stomach or she's eating for babies outside of her stomach because she's eating a lot. That was a lot of food this morning. Simon never eats that much at once. A whole freaking can almost? That's crazy. But I'm lucky to get him to eat half a can in the morning. But she had so much energy when she run past. Yeah, she had a lot yesterday too because she had the dry food. Also, you missed it, Sister T. She came back at dusk for the dry food. Just like predicted. Ted was here for it. It was right after you left. So, yeah. She's got a lot of energy that I feel bad for Tuxedo, man, because I think Tuxedo is in a bad place, man. I think he is also one of their very homeless cats out here because of how dirty he is. And flies are already attacking the heck out of that food. I have her trained well. What do you mean? Oh, to come get the food at a certain time? Yeah, the Calico. Yeah. There's no telling what happened to Calico. One thing about this schedule that we got her on, like if we want to eventually TNR her, definitely make it a lot easier because she's used to coming to. The thing is, man, I'm not going to be able to put her up in my place after a spay. So like somebody else is going to have to take care of that. I got too many kitties in here to worry about. A mama cat up in here too. It's sad we haven't seen the Calico though. Calico might not be with us anymore. Calico might not have made it to today. It was pretty bad looking, pretty dirty, Dude, honestly though, I don't think Calico was as bad looking as that person's cat that was out for a few days, was she? Oh no, wait, which one was it that had the sores on it? Was that the Calico? No, it was that other lady. It was a lady's cat, huh? Maybe both of them. I mean, I did what I could for Calico. She was just too damn skittish. Too scared. There's something about Calico too, I thought. I haven't seen Lola in that spot. I've been looking every day. Maybe she's doing all right now. I really don't feel like going to the VA today. It's for an appointment I don't really need, but maybe I can get them to give me a blood test for my lymph nodes or something. Yeah, she did. Like, I legit thought she had some sort of contagious... I thought she had beige or something. A ringworm. Definitely need to see a vet, but I think Calico too is pretty bad looking. Maybe just because she was so dirty. It tells me we might not be seeing a tuxedo coming by much more after Baba chased him off like that. No telling what just happened, you know what I mean? She might have called him somewhere. Cats can chase each other forever, dude, it seems. I watched this, there's this YouTube video of a cat chase where this cat has a GoPro on its neck and it's chasing another cat. It's epic. Have y'all seen that one? Let me see if I can get it up easily. Hold up. I've been kind of high. Seventeen Labs, baby. Close friends, a little mixture here. Percy Rosin, low temp, 445. Getting a little stuck. Getting a little. Okay, there we go. This is what I needed. Okay. Alright. Alright, here we go. Oh shit. But doodly bow, lippy doodly boo, bow, boo, 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 boo. Oh, what the fuck? I forgot to do that. Hold up. What? That ain't even right. I ain't supposed to do that. Hold up. Why did I do that? That's so weird. It doesn't normally do that. Okay, that must be something new, bro. I didn't even update anything though, so that wouldn't make sense. Client area. Oh, client area. Wait, that's still not working. What? Bro, that's odd. I'm not used to my size of the image or the video changing your size on OBS. That's not normal. So let me just see here. I'll just do this for now. We'll watch it, but make sure y'all got audio for it. You should have audio. You don't. Wait. Okay, I might have to try to put headphones on. Yesterday this wouldn't work for some reason. It was broken. Broken. It was broken. Yeah, I can't hear it. Why the fuck? Alright, I know why. Simple fix. I gotta just go into some things, man. And do a little click and another click. They make. Oh, it's this one. Boom. Okay. So this is pretty epic. Just so you know, you needed me to tell you that, just in case you don't realize how epic this is. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's awesome. Have you seen it, Ted? Hey, I finally convinced her, Ted. Can you believe it? I had to make her a mod. I had to make her the mod. Like, I'm just playing. Have you seen it? You have it? Oh, bro. You're in for a treat then. This is epic. Let's go. This is how I know cats can chase each other for a while. I didn't know until this. I know you didn't. I was just playing Scissor Thief. Come on now. You see that fur it has hanging off of it? That's from the other cat. Just there ain't no cats at the bowl.
What's your credit card debt balance?
Wait, is that?
If it's $10,000 or more, here
What's
are 3 easy solutions you can start
Are you
implementing
fucking
today.
serious?
And
Did
number
it
3 is
start
an
one
app.
halfway? No, that was it. Apparently that was it. It got away. The other cat got away because it was panting, but pretty crazy, I thought. First time I saw it, I was like, yo, I have to watch that again. I think it was one of them Reddit watches. But a minute and a half, that's like, I normally hear like, what, 5-10 seconds maybe of a cat fight. From yowling to the scuffle to them running off. 10 seconds maybe at the most. But that was a minute and a half of just like, no, you ain't getting away, bitch. Why you been spraying my hood? Do you know whose hood it is? Because you see when mama... Dude, it's a trip seeing the dynamics of this plate of food. Currently getting a bunch of flies on it, it looks like. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yo, we were almost at 10 subs, man. We're almost there. 10 freaking subs. Can you believe it? We've come a long way. Come a long way. DRC was the last sub. Shout to him. Well, I'm one of the subs, so a shout out to me. The flies, the camera staying cool so far. I like that. It should be a much cooler day today. We've been having some burners. Like they've been pissing me off a little bit. Currently 70. The high today is only going to be 80, so that's not as bad. It's been at like 84, and it makes a huge... Like, here's why. Consumer electronics are made to, like, they're tweaked, they're manufactured to run at a certain temperature that most households are either going to be at or below. So it'll only run better at the ones that are running below, as long as it's not too below. The electronics get into freezing conditions and they start fucking up a little bit. You know what I mean? They can't. But if there's optimal operating temperature and there is a house temperature, if your house temperature gets up to a certain point, then the cooling system is all engineered to operate at that average max temperature. Once you're above that, and it doesn't take much to be above that, once you are, the cooling isn't acting efficiently. It's not operating properly even at that point, and can't cool the phone or computer or whatever. I mean, it's like that with anything. An automobile the same way. You go out into the desert, Death Valley. You can, if you have an old inferior coolant system with your vehicle, there's any kind of defects in it, that might be the moment it bing, because it's not meant to have to operate at that kind of, it wasn't engineered to do that. So as long as we, like, it's what I'm getting at, is the difference between 80 and 84 can be the difference between the shit not shutting off or shutting off, because that's getting really close to those temperatures. Like it's probably like 75 or 78 or something that they try to run for. Most people aren't comfortable sitting at 80 something degrees, but they're probably have it set for 80 something for the people like me. But once you get in, like, I start getting near 90 degrees once it gets near 85 outside. Right now it's 80.4 in here, and it's only 70 degrees outside. So I'm running about 10 degrees hotter than the outside temperature, oftentimes. And that's what really does me in with everything, because then the PC starts having like I wanted to say waterfall effect or cascader. It's like a domino effect. And it's not water, because I need water. I should douse it at that point. Just throw buckets of water on the PC. it might need a dusting. It might have some resin build up in there a little bit. It's causing it to not have as an efficient cooling. But once the air that it's sucking in, because it's air cooled, well, the CPU is water cooled, but the air is cooling the water. So the air, and even that is made to operate. The PC cooler is made to operate with a certain temperature of air coming into the radiators. It's a 3-fan radiator too, pretty big. And if the air coming in is not cool, it's not going to be cooling that water going to the CPU the same. Like, dude, when it gets hot, it's like, I can't hook up the AC unit, man, because of the kitten. It's gonna mess with it. It'll knock it out of the window. It's so precariously in the window normally when I do it. For the past 2 years it has been. And like, even I knock it loose a little bit sometimes on accident. So she'll be trying to climb on it and shit. I just know it, dude. I don't know how I'm be able to keep her off of it. This is kitten related, by the way. See, I'm tying everything into cats here. It's a cat channel. These flies, though, homie. I don't like seeing the flies on the food for that long. It starts making me, like I said, I saw the flesh fly birthing in here in the kitchen. I got it on video, and I didn't know that was a thing until then. So it's only Ted, me, and Sister T here, I think. So I'm not gonna get the flesh fly story here. Y'all already know it. Damn. They're so small. They're so unbelievable. Y'all both saw the video, right? I know Sister D did, but they're like, they're way smaller than what was their size? I can't. What could I put them at? Flea larva. Have you ever seen a flea larva too? They're super small. They seem to be about as big as a flea larva, homie. But there were tons of them, and they were like inchworming it down the grout line. Oh my god, there were so many of them. And if they would have just landed on some meat, that's all it would have taken. And I don't know if you remember, but I was cleaning. If I showed the flea larva and I showed both of them. Did you see both of them? Dude, bro, I'm kicking myself for not videoing the sink as it drained. Bro, because it was epic seeing it. Like, they concentrated, in the drain once they were starting to go down. I was like, oh my god. Dude, that was a little shocking. I have never experienced anything like that. They were actually alive on that towel before I put it in the water. You've never seen anything like that either, huh? Holy shit, so that's kind of crazy. That's kind of rare. Oh my god, that's what she was sleeping in, too. Sheesh. Dude, Simon's been scratching a lot. I'm wondering if these got fleas. But he's probably alright. He's ready to scratch him because he's scratching him all the time. 3rd day of antibiotics today. Oh yeah, plus that could make him itchy too. Maybe it's a little itchy because of that. Throw up? Yeah, but with a hairball though, at least. A big old chonker. I don't mind if he throws up with a hairball. I understand that. He's gonna have to get those and have to get them up. Probably feels better too. Maybe that was partially what was messing him up. He couldn't get a hairball up for some reason because of some inflammation going on down there. Who knows? Maybe the antibiotics getting rid of the inflammation for him, and he was able to get that up. He will start feeling a little better. Yeah, it was like a as thick as my pinky, and there was a couple segments to it. Then there was another pile of some just liquid, so right in front of it. So he needed to get that up, and it was all like food colored. So he must have just eaten some of the food, but I don't think he threw up all the food he ate last night. He did eat some food throughout the night too, though. Even though he left almost his entire dinner plate this last night, He's been acting kind of weird. I think he just had some indigestion right now. I think he said some acid reflux. Look like. Kitty, 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 kitty. You're itching. You're itching too. Right, flash flies are kind of bigger, so you can see like a zebra pattern on them, but I can't really tell with these. I think I'm broadcasting low bit rate so the phone doesn't overheat, and it might be 720. I can't remember. The stream's 1080, but that might be a 720. You can continue and hammer feed. Oh, no. What's happening? Oh yeah, I forgot. Man, is all the cat action already over at 1 hour 37 minutes 56 seconds? It'd be nicer with a microphone for it. Oh, yeah. Dude, I got some special deal offer on Amazon for a wireless one yesterday. I wonder if it's still available. Like $20. Or I can charge and use the microphone at the same time, I think. Every $20 I wouldn't feel too like sad if somebody chanked it, but I don't know. I don't think they would. Kind of hard to get back in there. Pick up where you left off. You better believe it. I'm picking up where I left off. 29% off. That's not the one. That's not the one, man. Oh, is that the one? That's not the one. Where is the one? I should put it on a list. Limited time deal. Better act now, boy. You better act right now. Let me see. How limited are we talking about? Is that the one I need though? 2-pack. Ooh, actually. But can I charge at the same time? 2-pack professional wireless lavalier microphone for Android, iPhone. It comes with a adapter. I see. Adapter included for the older iPhone, the Lightning, or USB, or C. It's a 2-dayer though. A 2-day. You don't get it for 2 fucking days, man. And that was the German form of fucking. The Foking. They have a restaurant there. And I like to shout them out every now and then. They sure do know their foe. Hey, who's singing along? Here's another one. And another one. Is that one better? What is the best? One day. No, I want today. Give it to me today. And it is. We'll get it to you later, pal. I want today. Okay? What about this one? Dude, I used to have this one. Where's it at? I swear I got this one somewhere. Dude, I definitely have a lavalier mic somewhere in the house. But I don't think I have a splitter. Except phone. Bro, why did somebody have to hack my other iPhone? Because it has an eighth inch output, input output. Fuck. Why? That I could try at least just doing a wired one out the window, because that might still shimmy in between the window, and the window might still close with that in there. The cable. Shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Pop. And where is it? Come to me. Come to me. I don't know. I looked and looked. I looked so much I got mad about it and stopped looking. And it costs as much as a wireless one, so I was figuring maybe it'd be a decent try. Where is it? So I can talk to them, talk to the cats, and my neighbors probably freak out on that. Man, it shows I never returned it, so it must still be here somewhere. Where is that lavalier mic? 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 Wait, hey kitty, you like that song? How you doing? Hey, 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 hey. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What are you? Are you friends again? He just called my lab star burn. So sweet. He's so sweet sometimes. Oh, he's sweet. Dude, somebody took all the plastic out of my recycling bin. It's only cardboard boxes now. They do that to all of them. He loves me even though I'm tough on her. It's interesting. Like, I'm tough on her lately about when she's attacking Simon. I don't play no attack and stop attacking Simon. You gotta stop attacking Simon. Now Simon's in here on the floor sleeping. It's starting to work maybe. Hopefully. She'll attack him right when he walks in, dude. Start lashing onto his throat. You gotta knock it off, Kitty. You gotta be sweeter. Stop being so crazy. I know, she doesn't like being in here cooped up for 12 hours without us. Like, I leave sometimes at like 7, and then come back 6 something. But be alone for a long time, but you gotta learn to stop attacking because of it. Come on. We're here to hang out now. We're here to hang out now. I know. Oh yeah, she's done that more than once. If I position it right, she'll do it. But I try not to. I don't want her to be jumping down, hurt herself. That'd be a crazy jump. They can hear the trash truck outside right now. They're all scared. I'm not really sure what it's doing. Like, I feel sorry for the Long Beach recycling trucks that have to pick up. Like, that's one of them right now, picking up the different recycling bins. I kind of feel sorry for them because mostly what they're picking up is just cardboard, which is almost worthless. And because people come through and they take all the plastics, they take all the valuables. Sometimes they'll take even all the glass out because they can get a little something for that. They don't take the paper because they're gonna get shit for it. You need like bales of it, like literally bales. That program I was in, they used to take their cardboard in and they actually would have us bale it and then put it in the back of the truck, and then like we would have multiple bales of cardboard before we would go take it in. Huge things. And then it's worth it a little bit, but otherwise you gotta bale it. Like they even had like a special baler that did it. Man, that was a trip. So yeah, most of these recycling trucks are just full of paper and possibly trash also, which just ruins all the paper. All it takes is like someone to throw their trash at the recycling bin instead, and it goes into the recycling truck with all the paper products in it. Like, I think if the paper is soiled to a certain extent, they can't recycle it. How that works. They prefer like cardboard boxes, of course. But wet and oily paper, I don't know if they can do anything with that. Got you. Got you. I got you. Where is the mic? Need to use something, kitty. Oh, nom, 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 nom. Simon's got the same litter now, and he still wants to pee. And her litter box, Simon, 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 can you go to your litter box? Can you go to your litter box, bro? Litter's a little more chunky now than it was. Hopefully it's a little harder to kick out of the box. The doctor's appointment? Alright. I had a doctor fill on my crotch. That was kind of awkward. But apparently my lumps are of no concern. They're not as big as I'm making them out to be. You two, come on. Come on. No. Have you lost your mind? When I made another appointment for my colorectal surgery, so, well, at least for the consult for it, it's going to be the end of next month. And then I got some labs drawn. Got my get my liver checked out. See how my liver function is looking. That's kind of cool. The liver function lab test. That way, if you know what I mean, if I've been hitting the sauce a little too much, they're gonna be like, your levels are looking a little off here, boss. What you doing? What you doing to yourself, huh? Why are you biting me? No! No. You go on now, girl. So yeah, I actually had to go up there. I walked up there and talked to somebody because nobody was going to be getting me that appointment anytime soon, man. I don't think it was going to ever go through. I had to go talk to the couple people to get that one. Yep. And then I figured since I figure most doctors are going to know about lymph nodes. So, I was at an arthritis clinic for my autoimmune disorder, but I went in and asked them about it, and they checked it out. I'm having a Miller High Life at the moment. Oh, well, no, I did have a female doctor after him come in and feel on a lot of my joints, and that was kind of nice. It was like getting a hand massage. Give me a little hand massage, a little knee massage, and felt on my feet a little bit. I couldn't really see her face, though. She had a mask on. Asian, though. Younger. Not young, but younger than me, it seemed. Hey, you two. Fuck. Must you constantly bite each other? Get her, Simon. Get her. Yeah, good boy. Get her. Yeah, get her. Get her good. Teach her a lesson. He never teaches her a good enough lesson. He always comes back like 2 minutes later, if that, 30 seconds. I was super proactive. Heck yeah. I talked to people about it. I let somebody feel on my crotch. Wasn't happy about that one. Got him in the ear good. You got him in the ear. Hey, thanks for caring. Thanks for caring about my health. It's awesome. Now, I probably don't have cancer. Okay, we probably don't. Probably. That's good. Yeah. I went to the grocery store afterwards and I gave Simon his antibiotic a little bit late because I was sidetracked in the I was sidetracked, man. I don't go to grocery stores very often, and there's just like Costco's got a bunch of stuff, but it's like you got to buy a ton of it. You know what I mean? So, like the grocery stores, like they got sample size stuff in comparison to what I'm used to at Costco. So it's like I can get a little sample of something and for $4 or something. I did get some meatballs that were on sale though. I got a couple things that were like 50% off. Dude, I got some clearance bread for 99 cents. It was normally like $6. That's one good thing about grocery stores. They got them clearance stuff. Always be checking that stuff out. No shame. I have no shame in standing at the clearance section and looking at that thing for a while if I want to. Learned that from my mom. Man, we used to go to there's like a budget hostess store. You ever seen those? To where like everything was like discount, deep discount. Like they had the fruit pies and all the different like snowballs and all that. Like they had everything up in there, but everything was super deep discounted. It was on Jackson Avenue in Memphis. Let's see. Let me see what it's called. I hope it's still there, dude. If it's not still there, I'm never moving back. Hostess Wonder Bread Hostess Cake, 3763 Jackson Avenue. Is that the one? Hey, yo, what the fuck, cat? Stop trying to climb up me. Bro. I don't know if it's the same place or not. They might have closed. It was like a... I don't know, it was called something special. It wasn't just a regular Hostess shop. It was like a... They got stuff that didn't sell, you know what I mean? But it wasn't expired. It was just close to it. Because they would pull it before it was expired or some shit. Oh. They tasted better? Really? Damn. I used to like those. I used to like the pies too. And the honey buns with the white icing on it. Put those in the microwave for like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15 seconds. Woo, boy, eat that with a fork. Shit, those things were good. That was like some French delicacy dessert right there when I was a kid. Heated up icing honey bun. Dude, my dad used to eat them fruit pies for breakfast. Like them cherry or apple fruit pie, that'd be breakfast. Bop. With some coffee. But now as an adult, I still like them cherry and apple fruit pies. My dad used to always get them. You got to make sure that they slide in the package. The secret with the fruit pies, always do a little jiggle with it. You know what I'm saying? You got to jiggle it to make sure that it moves freely in the packaging. If it doesn't move freely, it's a dud. It's able to stick because you know what I mean? It's gotten wet on the outside of it a little bit, and they're not supposed to be wet at all on the outside. Supposed to slide nice in that packaging. Like the lemon ones. What about them pudding? Like the vanilla or the chocolate pudding ones are pretty good too. I don't know though. Any kind of pudding that doesn't have to be refrigerated is probably kind of sus. But I take that back. It's like them Jello puddings don't have to be refrigerated, do they? Jello pudding pop. Bro. You've never had a pudding filled one? Oh, whoa. It's like, have you ever had a chocolate pie? It's a chocolate pie pretty much, but less moussey probably, and more puddingy. Yeah. Because chocolate pies are a little more moussey, huh? They're probably more fluffy feeling. Chocolate pie, baby. Okay, I'm going in on the dabs. I can't do any of these on stream because this is my PG channel. One day we're gonna make it whenever I get cut off on all my on some of it. Please save me, baby Jesus. I didn't talk to a lawyer. Oh fuck. Or crust? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, the pudding of those things isn't as good though. It's a fresh pudding for sure. Now that I'm thinking back on them, it's more like an oil based or something. It's something. I mean, it's just not. It's probably not real pudding. Have you looked around in Discord yet? If you have any questions about it, just let me know. I know it's kind of complicated looking. It's really simple though. You can put emojis on stuff to it's like liking them, you know, you can pick an emoji to put on different things to show that you looked at it. How long was the stream down? Probably 10:30 to 12, 10:30 to the time I got back. I bet it went down right around when I left, right after 11 something. That's the time where I can't keep it up. I can't keep it up. I'm a softie, that's why. I'm just playing. No food god? Yeah, I don't think so. It didn't look like it. Aside from what the flies ate. Dude, I think something might be dead under the house. Something smells something got a little sweetness to it, you know what I mean? Or what if they killed one of them skunks or something? It's not super strong though, cause so I don't know. It could be shit too. What I mean, possums? Maybe it is the possum. Dude, I don't know. Something is stinking my fucking whole yard up, dude. I had to pick up 3 dried up poops out of my front yard a minute ago. Dude, she might though. This is her turf and she knows it. She's had this shit locked down for years now. She just like you saw how that cat reacted earlier and you saw how both cats reacted. Even the tuxedo cat ran from her, dude. This is her block. She lets the possum and skunk stay there. They pay her rent. I'm telling you, dude, the very first day I saw her, I was in the process of feeding 2 other kittens that were living under the house. And then the next day, after seeing her and seeing them, I never saw them again. And she's been around. I don't know where them kittens went. They might have been like sweet pea size now. They weren't super tiny. They were old enough to fend for themselves at that point. For like, I mean, I don't know. I felt like it at least, I guess, maybe. But like, we can't see what's going on. I'm not going under there. You're crazy. I don't know what's going on under there. I like it being a fucking secret. I'm comforted by not knowing. I don't want to see the horrors of underneath there. Years of not looking under there. Holy shit. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know if there are tons of roaches or what, any of that. I just like living in my bubble. And if a kitten pops out, a kitten pops out. Otherwise, I'm not Steve Irwin over here. My dad used to go into crawl spaces like it wasn't nothing. Like he was Indiana Jones or something. Because he doesn't like snakes, just like Indiana Jones. But he doesn't mind bugs so much. It's trippy. He was like that before Indiana Jones. I got it from him. Right, but me, dude, I'm not, I don't know, man. My mom got bit by a black widow when I was like 5 years old. Almost killed her. So that affected me with bugs. It took me having a girlfriend that I bought a tarantula for her birthday because she wanted one. I bought a dangerous one. Honduran orange rump. It had orange hairs. A more colorful tarantula, more poisonous. And I let it walk on my hand with her dad and her assistants and teach me how to do it. And I eventually got comfortable letting it sit on the coffee table while we were watching TV and shit. And my fear of spiders kind of got released, but I'm still kind of creeped out by like one crawling on me and me not knowing that it's not poisonous, because I know there are black widows here. So I need to be able to see, like, so you know what I mean? If I'm under the house, that's different than it being in my hand and me watching it and being like, oh, look how neat it is. It's crawling on my neck or something. I might freak out. Yeah, it's like that. I was affected by my mom, dude. Because I remember we were hanging out with her, like something. She tried to just deal with it or something, and I don't know, dude. I forget the whole story. I think we tried to go hiking, and she stayed back. We might have to take her to the hospital right after that. My dad might have, but the web is poisonous. I don't know about that. But I definitely see black widows in San Diego working back in the day, so I know they're here in Southern California. But yeah, so like I don't mind regular spiders, but black widows, brown recluses, anything that can really fuck me up, I'm definitely super nervous about. I'm not trying to get anywhere near it. And under a house, I don't know what's under there, man. Could be anything under there. Poisonous. Even if it's not poisonous, a bunch of roaches all of a sudden getting on me, I'm gonna freak out probably. A little bit. Besides, it's gonna be like, oh look, roaches crawling on me. Oh, get off of me, little guy. You get off of me. Not quite there yet. I'm still working on it. What did you do today anyway, Sister T? Did you get some chores done? Did my doing the litter boxes this morning at like 7 o'clock motivate you to do something today? Sounds like a brown recluse. $469. We're going up a notch. $469. Dude, I'm so blessed for having an air conditioner in my bedroom like I do. Because at night, that thing, makes it so much nicer. I grew up, my dad would always cut the AC on at night because he wanted to like be able to put the covers on at the same time, so it'd be kind of cold in the house every night. Even in the wintertime, he wouldn't cut the heat up very high because he had a fucking heated water bed. I had to get ingenuitive by building something that funneled the heat from our central unit from the ceiling to underneath my blanket. It was a funnel system made out of paper and stickers. It worked though. My dad was seriously impressed, dude. He thought I was going to be an inventor when I grew up or something. And cooking, got a bunch of organic broccoli from the church giveaway. Nice. Awesome. You know, they say it's the only plant with a nervous system. I almost got some broccoli in the California mix today, which is that carrots, cauliflower, and broccoli mix. But instead, I opted for the Signature Select mixed vegetables with, I got a bag of lima beans, baby lima beans. Almost got black-eyed peas, but the cook time's too high. I don't want to heat the kitchen up for that long. I miss having black-eyed peas, though. That's something we grew in the garden. We probably had this, like, we had a shit ton of black-eyed peas and a shit ton of corn. Those two things I think we had the most of every year. Yeah, black-eyed peas got protein in them, though. Do all peas have protein? Is that a thing with peas? Lima beans, their texture feels like they got protein on. A little bit. Kind of creamy. You don't like lima. Black-eyed peas I'll eat to be polite. Really, you don't like either? You just like the texture probably, because they both have that same kind of meaty texture in them for a bean. I think we grew lima beans too at one point. I appreciate them because it reminds me of my childhood, eating stuff like that every now and then. A simpler time when I had a family. Yo, did you see that sentencing today? There was a sentencing of a dude that shot a bunch of people someplace. I don't know where he shot him. He shot him at some... Fuck. I can't remember where it was. But it was in Florida. But I can't remember where exactly, like what store or whatever. See, since he admitted to it when he did the phone call, all the trial was for sentencing. Sort of beans and made a pot of pintos every week. Heck yeah. Well, you guys sentenced to the death penalty. Well, not your dad. Is your dad still alive? I wasn't talking about your dad. I was talking about the guy in Florida. Sorry, I came off wrong. He was pretty evil. Dude wrote a bunch of evil shit beforehand. Like, it was kind of crazy, dude. Death penalty. That doesn't happen very often, probably. Someone actually gets that. I was watching it live at the VA before getting my labs. Dude, I totally learned my lesson with going to an outside doctor for almost anything except dental. Dental is cool. Dental's no problem going outside a clinic. It's like anywhere else. Dental's going to be dental. And in the VA, dental's separate anyway. It's not the same as the hospital. Like, you don't get dental coverage normally. It's better. It's like a separate entity inside. It looks different. The flooring's different. It's like it's separate. It's weird, actually. It's like when you see a McDonald's inside of a Walmart. It doesn't look like you're in Walmart anymore. It looks like you're in McDonald's all of a sudden. It's kind of like that, a little bit. Anyway, but going to see a regular doctor outside is some dumb shit, actually. Unless like you really need to do it, like to be get a MRI or something done, because MRI is going to be an MRI. But I don't know, man. Finding parking at the Irvine Clinic, the Irvine Hospital, that's also a school. Finding the parking, and then finding where I'm supposed to go, and then just like then finding the office. It was all shit, dude. I'd much rather go to the VA, dude. Like, you hear like people bitch about their VA, they must have a bad VA. My VA is awesome. Long Beach VA's got to be one of the best VAs in the country. It's the biggest VA in the country is actually in West LA though. So most people in LA go to that one. Not like Long Beach gets a lot of Orange County people. Oh really? One of the best VAs? I didn't know that. How do you know that? I think it still is, dude, because they upgraded it. They built a bunch of new stuff, and like I don't usually have a hard time finding parking when I go now. I also have the plates though, so I can I have the handicap plates, so I can park. Or just the disabled veteran plates. All disabled veterans plates get a handicap placard. That's just how it works. You don't have to be like, it's interesting, but that's how it is, dude. Like you don't have to be in a wheelchair to get handicap plates as a disabled veteran, as long as you're a certain percentage. I mean, you probably know that that's how I have dental then, because you realize that I'm 100% service connected, because that's the only way you're going to have dental at the VA. Otherwise, my teeth would look a hot mess, dude, probably. So lucky I got the dental. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bro, dude, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do at this Social Security thing. They're gonna audit me or some shit. What they gonna do? We'll see. Hey, thank you for your service. I really didn't do much, man. I really didn't. I was only in for 2 years. I didn't get to do shit. I was ready to do something. I didn't get to. I got booted for smoking weed, man. My shipmate was like, "Hey, you want to smoke?" I was like, "Bruh, you got some of that Hawaiian? Oh shit!" I smoked with my shipmate 3 times. Never on ship, never on base, and I came up clean on my piss test. But because our stories collaborated, and I actually convinced him to tell on himself too. So I fucked us both over, and me over the most though, because my piss test came back negative. I could have gotten away scot-free with it, but it is what it is. I tried to stay in. I did all kinds of extra duty, and I busted my ass. I got recommendations from the people I worked for. Took them to my captain's mass, and nothing worked. They wanted me out. I tried to stay in though, man. I wasn't trying to get out. I was like, I don't know, dude. I was a dumbass kid. I was in Hawaii, man. What the fuck? They should have known better. They already knew. I had to get in with a waiver because I had a drug charge before going in. So they should have known better. Let me go get stationed at Hawaii, bro. I'm just playing on that, but you know, whatever, man. Nowadays, they'd probably give somebody a second chance because it's just weed and it's legal all over the place. I don't know how it'd work now. Maybe totally different. I've tried to get my discharge upgraded. Right now, I have a general under honorable conditions. We both got the same discharge, by the way, even though he pissed positive. But yeah, I have they denied me on it. I said I was self-medicating. They threw it out though, or whatever. I think it's still bullshit. I think I was just so busy at the time. I didn't appeal it. I should have. I definitely should have appealed it. I was a dumb kid then too, though. Yep. I still have all the paperwork for it though. I was just looking at it. I forgot about it till the other day. Appealing, just trying to get them to reverse or to upgrade it. Because if they upgrade it, then I'll get my GI Bill back that I paid for. But yeah, I signed up. So did my dad. So did his dad. So did my brother into the U.S. Navy Reserves. He wasn't active duty. And my uncle also was he was active duty. My dad and uncle were in Vietnam. My grandfather was in World War II. I was what would that be considered? Persian Gulf era, I believe. And yeah, my brother was Desert Storm, all Navy. Yeah, I don't talk about this on the other channel like this because it's doxing. You know what I mean? Nobody's probably gonna. Hopefully, nobody will come. It's fucking this small little big cat channel. Some random day on the cat channel. Yeehaw! All Navy though. Oh, what are you doing down there? It's time for her to eat. I gotta go get her. I gotta go get her lunch. U.S. Simon. I'll be right back. Come here, girl. Come here, girl. Tell me. Yay. Oh. Yeah. Yep. All Navy, so it's grandfather, dad, uncle, brother, me, 5 people. That's not that many. Being on your lap? No, yesterday I didn't let her. But the only way to get her to finish it was just to leave it out, dude. She's a grazer. She wants to graze it. Otherwise, I have to put it in my lap. I'm just gonna have to get that out of her system, though, because I think she'll always do that, dude. She's different. That's why she's the only one that survived. She attacks Simon every time he comes in. I think Simon seems to be sneezing less, but it sounds like he might have just sneezed. I can't tell. Can't see him. I'm surprised she hasn't started sneezing though. Right? Like, shouldn't it be contagious? Bro, I really hope something's not dead under the house though. Shit. She's a mean cat. Damn it. Really? Oh man, my Dabber's dead. No. Oh no. Is it really? Oh fuck, it really is. I gotta get the charger. She puts her ears back when she was eating. There we go. Now she's charging. It's 87.8 degrees in here with the stream going. If it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Man. You need a thermometer? Well, we could make a special trade, you know. And Long Beach made it on some list today for the worst places to rent. Some Forbes. Oh shit, what'd I do? Why do that? See what it was. I upvoted it so I wouldn't lose it. Worst, no, it's number 2. Newark, New Jersey is number 1. Here are the 10 worst cities for renters, and it's my understanding that these are cities with 200,000 or more people. Newark, New Jersey, Long Beach, California, New York City, Anaheim, California, Oakland, California, Boston, San Francisco, Jersey City, Irvine, California, and Aurora, Colorado. Dude, Aurora, Colorado is just one of the worst places to live, period, though. What the fuck? I can't believe it even made the list. People are... What? Long Beach ranked as the 6th worst city in the affordability category. It was 5th worst for rent as a percentage of income at 25.8%, a tie with Anaheim and Los Angeles compared to the study average of 21.3%. Long Beach also ranked as 2nd worst city In availability and amenities categories, 7th worst for the percentage of non-apartment rentals at 15.4% versus the study average of 48.4%. 7th worst for the percentage of units with AC at 26.7% compared to the study average of 56%. Yeah, most places don't come with an AC in it. You'd be fucking baking, bro. Do 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 do. Kitty kitty came to my lap. Kitty kitty came to my lap. What are you doing? Hanging with me. She's licking her chops. Lick lick lick. Hey dick 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 your choppy chops. I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get your chops. On the wall says 85. Oh really? You're catching up to me. But is that what it's trying to keep it at, or is that what it's actually at right there? Because that should be right. If it's what it says it's what it's at. Because usually it'll be two different numbers, right? One for what it's at, and one for what you want it. One for where it's at, and one for where you want it. One for where it's at, and one for where you want it. I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it. One for where it's at, and one for where you want it. One for where it's at, and one for where you want it. One for where it's at, one for where you want it. Dude, she really liked that song, actually. I had her full attention. Sweet pea. Swamp Thing, Swamp Thing, Swamp Thing. What are you doing? You don't want to finish your food though? You want to wait on it because it takes too long. Oh, it's too wet. It's too wet. You said it's too wet, didn't you? I think I heard you say it's too wet. The food is too wet. I want it drier. Give me that crunchy stuff. Give me that crunchy stuff. Yay, kitty, yay. Kitty, kitty. Swamp Thing. 24/7. That's gotta be expensive, huh? Is that they don't use much electricity, I guess? She's going to sleep in my lap now. Airflow. $40 in water. It costs that much in water though? You go through $40 in water? That's crazy. That's so much water? Isn't it? Have you thought about the water though? The poor water, man. The water, save the water, save the water, save the water, save the water for the children to drink. Save the water for the children to drink. Oh, flows on the bush. Not the bush, the children. Oh my god. Toxicity. Jesus is gonna punish you. Jesus is gonna paddle you. He's got the paddle with holes in it. For the water sinners. The aqueduct. That goes into the aqueduct. What are you talking about? Takes all our water. The thing that goes into the ocean and dumps it out into because it's waste. It's wastewater now. You saying we handle your waste? She wanted to sleep right now in my lap. What if I'm hungry, cats? Y'all like just expect me to live off this Miller High Life quart? Dude, 2 Miller High Life quarts for $6. That's not a bad deal. But I remember back when you could get 2 bushes for $3. Whatever happened to that? 2 bush quarts for $3. Well, man, Miller High Life might even been that too. Same price sometimes. 2 for $3. We pee in it. LA treats it and use it. Yeah, I don't drink that water. I don't even put that water into the cat food. I put bottled water into the cat's foods. Outdoor cats too. They don't get that schwill. Our tap water here tastes funny. For the people. Dude, I spent over $2,000 on Discord boosting over 4 years. I've since found out yesterday. Over $2,000 Discord boosting. That's wild. I didn't know. Because I'm having to look at all this stuff now. It's interesting. It's definitely in my favor, but still. I knew I was spending a lot on stuff. I kept saying, yo, I'm really like probably spending just as much as I'm making here. But I mean, dude, 2022 was an exception. That was fucking nutty. Whatever, man. Why did y'all, bro? Kind of wish it wouldn't have been so nutty. I don't know what, dude. It was it got crazy those few months. It almost feels like it was a setup. You seen Bitcoin's been tanking. All them Bitcoin bros, bro, are like It's gonna turn around. It's gonna turn around, man. You gotta have the faith. GameStop was up today. When I was at the hospital. I didn't know. Well, they had some good. Well, I don't know. The reporting was semi good. It was semi positive. This at 24. Yo, bro, I need it to be way higher. I need it to be in the 80s. I need to get in the 80s on me, bro. Man, it's not even up in a 50 yet again. If it doesn't make it over 50 this next time it pumps and it starts dumping again, it might be time to let it go. Get my little $600 back or whatever it will be by then. Up to 25, yeah, but that's not really. I need some drastic movement to feel like we're doing something here. It's just lost so much. It's got to get up, man. I mean, we're way below what we were even at in 2021. 2020, see, dude, everything just kind of fell down for me in 2021, and then when 2022, when I started doing a little good with the streaming, my brain broke, and that's why I forgot that I had to like take care of shit. Damn it! Oh, fuck. Broken brain. That explains it. Kitty. You hungry still? You still hungry? Oh my goodness, you make it kissy. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, you're so cute. I'm hungry. You're just looking at it. Yeah. I had to stir it up a little bit for that helps it. That makes it smell like it's something you want to eat on. A little thumb stir. Give it a little thumb stir there. Good girl. Alright. Yo, why isn't this charging anymore? We're having Houston, we have a problem. 3, 2, 1, that's what time it is. Yeah, I wasn't even charging that whole god dang time, boy. Yeah. Yeah. The Dude, these parrots out here are like taking over our neighborhood. We're starting to have parrot gangs. Are they an invasive species, the green parrot? Do I need to fuck one of these things up or what? Huh? Do I need to go on parrot hunting duty? Tell me what I gotta do, boss. $35 1 5 1 $435 1 5 1 $435 1 yeah. This is my song. Yeah. Song is over. Yeah. Cut it. Send it to the presses. Now that was a banger. I don't care what you say. Please. I know a banger when I hear one. I'm a little preoccupied right now with pressing this button. I pressed it. Okay, now I'm back. I remember seeing them in Anaheim at my aunt's house. Seeing who? Simon's acting kind of itchy. Oh, the parrots. Yeah, the green ones? They're in LA too? Damn, man, I thought we were special. Thought it was a Long Beach thing. That makes sense, though. We're pretty much the same. I mean, the only difference, we're more coastal. We are more coastal. And we have a little less concrete jungle than LA. So it'd be a different temperature here than there. Downtown LA is hotter than Long Beach for sure. One of the reasons why our rent's so high. They don't even sound good though, you know what I mean? They're like they sound like an old man parrot. A grumpy old man parrot. Parrots, why? Like, it'd be cool if they kind of sound like a songbird, but parrot style. Like, had some kind of like thing that they did. It was like a, but they're just like. Those are wild parakeets. Oh, what that make that loud sound? Green. They're always green though. That's a parakeet? Dude, I had a parakeet when I was a kid. We bought a cage from Walmart, a bird cage. That cylindrical style one. It was kind of tall. It was the better one. And then we got a couple parakeets, man. And I don't remember if both of them were dead on the same day or not, but the cat ended up getting both of them eventually. Kind of sad. We had a cat and parakeets at the same time. That wasn't the smartest move, probably. I was sad to see him die, though. Birdwatch? I should? What do you mean? With the stream? I never know where they're gonna be at. We had that one bird that, remember we had that bird that was like not supposed to be here, and it was on some rooftop in Orange County, right around, like, it would have been like 40-minute drive at the most from me. Remember that? What bird was that? Was it like a white owl or something? It was right around the corner, kind of. Like, it would have taken me, like, I think 30 minutes or whatever. You don't remember that shit? Yeah, man. It was a year ago or so. They're making a big deal out of it. The white owl in OC. Yeah, the rare snowy owl wound up in OC. It was December 28, 2022. Well, that was a different time for me, baby. That was a different time for me. I don't even like thinking about it. Damn it. I should have went out there and went and showed people. Man, I should have been more proactive since they're gonna come after me. Hey, kitty. They're gonna come after me. Kitty. Kitty, kitty, it's back. Oh, you ate all your food. Good girl. You ate all your food by 3:30. That's 30 minutes. You did it. You freaking did it. You did it. You did it. You deserve all the pets right now. You deserve. You actually do all the. You get your pets. You get the tummy pets. You get the back pets. You get the head scratches. You get the chin scratches. You get the ear scratches. What you want? You want the tail thing? You get the tail thing. Pop. Oh, baby. Okay. That was a big celebration. Yeah, if you just look up rare snowy owl OC, it comes up. Pretty cool looking. I should have went out there. I didn't. It is what it is. It is what it is, but it isn't what it isn't. What is it? It isn't what it isn't? We need to look into this further. Rapid fire. Rapid fire. I wonder if I should go live on Doge Show tomorrow since it's Friday. I don't know what to do anymore, man. I should have had an LLC all this time, and then it wouldn't have affected me the same, probably. I would have been hidden behind a wall. The LLC wall. But I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. Maybe. Maybe not. Time will tell. We shall see. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing right here? Going here right here. Going. I'm a rock. I'm just out there. You want to. You know that. I got you. Why, dude? I always end up getting the special cats. Like Simon's different too. I always thought he was different than most other cats acted. So now she's different in a way different way. I get the ones that are like very polar. She are like they're away and they're away strongly. That's like they're not like mediocre that way. They're like, "Bop, this is who I am." Very unique cats. They found me. Oh, maybe. Did they? The aliens got them. The aliens with the kitten distribution system. because the aliens actually want a cat in every household. That's the ideal demographic, or what is it? They need one cat per household minimum to help to wrangle or persuade the human. At least one, because that one can plant seeds. Because, dude, so many times I'll be in the middle of doing something it's a crucial moment, and Simon in the background will be like, meow, out of nowhere. Like, okay, maybe I should think about this for another 5 seconds or something, or in a couple minutes. Good old God. Dude, God could be an alien. That's the thing. Do you think God would take offense to you thinking he's an alien? What kind of fucking God is that? That's the most logical explanation. So if he takes offense to that, what the fuck, man? What's his problem? I've done DMT, bro. Of course I'm gonna think it's aliens. And he should understand. I've gotten closer to the spirit realm than most, but probably than 99% of the population. I broke on through to the other side multiple times. I died multiple times on DMT. I was willing to feel like I was dying multiple times. That is something. I was also very depressed at the time, so death wasn't such a, like, I didn't really, like, I cared, but I didn't really care, you know? I didn't have the streaming, I had the friends with this. I didn't have hardly friends at all. I had like one friend that I hung out with on a regular. That was the guy that he's been on stream. And that was it, pretty much. I had hung out with other people every now and then out there in Colorado, but I mean, not that often, really. Not like I did him. We went and did other stuff like camping and stuff together, but so I was going all in on it. I was ready to die on it. I was okay with it. If I died on it, I was okay with it. And it took that to be able to go that far, because it felt like I was dying, dude. Like, after doing it the first time, I was like, holy shit, I have to be okay with feeling like I'm dying. I'm okay with it. Let's go again. Bop. And now it's harder for me to do. It's hard for me to pick up. I'm more nervous about it because I have responsibility. I have the cats, indoor and outdoor. I'm more apprehensive to taking mushrooms now because of that too, unfortunately, because I really need a refresh. And I have some that magically appeared through magic of the community. They magically appeared somehow. They're penis envy, albino penis envies, dude. I gotta check those out though. What's up, Joker? How you been, man? Yo, Joker in the house. I can relate 100%, but came back strong because I had to learn much from what I've been through. Grateful. Yeah. Have you done DMT yet, though? Yo, I got a cool image. Hold on. I got a cool freaking image for your brain, bruh. Let me get it up here. In case you're looking for Jesus. That's not the same. Yeah, that's not the same though. None of that's anywhere near comparable, dude. None of that takes you to another world like the same. I've done all that and more of it than you've ever done. I've done 10 strips of 4 straight. I've done over half an ounce with lemon juice. It's a lemon tech, and that I purged, baby. And what was the other one you said? E? Yeah, I've had the best Teslas that before they started putting fentanyl and shit in anything. And guess what? I still might have a couple. Heyo. So, but no, nothing compares to the DMT though. Nothing. None of those. 3 hits on DMT will literally take you to another world, and you have no capability of stopping it. You're going. You got the ticket. You're on the train, and you're about to experience some shit whether you like it or not. Unless your cat jumps on your lap or something like Simon did once for me. That was wild, dude, because it woke me up out of it, and I opened my eyes, and it was almost unbearable how fucking crazy shit looked with the colors and how it's just movie like how they try to make it look in the movie. It was kind of like that, you know, just hard to even look at everything because it looks so crazy. And I had to go back in. Can you guys hear him meowing? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, Simon. Give him another meow. One more. Okay, one more. Okay. Good. Here, you want to lick her scraps up? He wants to lick her bowl up. I'll let him lick her dry bowl up. That's what he wants to do. You can have her dry bowl, bud, but I'm not gonna let you just be. I don't know if I've seen him be letting you lick her bowl like that. It's her bowl. Hold up, maybe not. Okay, is that good? You got to try some. I'm picking it up now, though. I can't just be leaving you to be licking her bowl all like that. Okay, now he's going to go lick her butt a little bit. He does seem to be sneezing a heck of a lot less, though. It seems that the antibiotics are working. Dude, I can't talk right now, Joker. I'm waiting on my Puffco to heat up. By the way, I wore a Puffco shirt to VA today. I almost went with a tank top, but then I decided to be more respectful. Put a sleeve shirt on at least, you know. The VA, man, people in there dying to serve their country. I know because I used to go in and out of the hospice. People on occupational therapy and shit. occupational therapy and regular physical therapy. There you go. The guy that they named that hospital after actually was living there, and I pushed him like 2 or 3 times, going back and forth to his therapy. Of course, he's passed now, or they wouldn't have named the hospital after him. That was a neat experience. You enjoyed it, what, dude? You're done already? What? Maybe you should slow your roll next time. Okay. I like what I'm seeing here. The battery is charging. What percentage are we at? 4%, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's enough to go in. That might just be enough. You're a caregiver. I'm a caregiver. I don't know if I'm a caregiver. I mean, the kitten probably would have died without my intervention, or somebody else would have ended up picking it up and giving it some care. I'm giving it the best care as far as food and hospital visits. It's getting all those it's supposed to get. Yeah, she is. Sometimes I get mad at her and I toss her kind of hard, though. I'm just gonna be real with it. Like this morning, she pissed me off. She ran out. She tried to run out the door really fast, and I kind of tossed her into the chair a little bit. But I mean, not really. I'm not like overhand swinging her or anything. It's just, you know, sometimes I pick her up and I'm a little more rough than I'd like to be. It's just like she's rambunctious, and how she attacks Simon, it pisses me off. So I kind of get a little defensive with that too. Hold her down for a second, try to get it in her head. But I must not be doing that much, because she still keeps coming back and loving and doing the same thing to Simon as she's ever done. Nothing's working, man. I don't know, man. She's still crazy, probably. She's meant to be here with me, because we're all crazy. Wheeling vets that are hot. Oh yeah, but that I was okay. Let's just be. I got to be completely honest about that. I was actually on community service for the courts. They originally wanted me to do Caltrans, which I started, which I couldn't do. I couldn't make it there in time without a car, without being exhausted and sweaty by the time I got there. And it's all the rules with not having your cell phone, not having, or you had to bring your lunch. Like you're there with like convicts all day. That it's just a fucking shitty environment. It's conducive to making a convicted friend and being like, hey, what you doing this weekend? You know, and y'all doing some dumb shit together. And it was super hard labor, dude, on the side of the interstate. That's the biggest thing, actually. So I asked the judge to let me do it at the VA, and grudgingly, like they didn't, like the DA and shit didn't want, because I had to show that I had like medical problems and stuff for them to agree to it, because I had 80 days, 80, not hours, days of Caltrans that they converted to 80 days of. I had already, like I said, done like a week or two of it, but the rest of it I got to do with the VA, as long as they accepted me with my charge and everything, and they did, so it all worked out. They even gave me free lunch at the VA every day, dude. It was fucking sweet, man. It was so sweet, dude. And all I had to do was push veterans all day. It was so much better than that bullshit they had me on. The fuck? Hell no, man. I feel sorry for them people who gotta do that shit. Huh? What do you mean? You had a girlfriend? What do you mean? I had a girlfriend in Austria at the time. I had a girlfriend in Austria when I was doing that. She was supporting me the whole time, like, keep on doing it. You're almost done. Because even doing that was like I'm just gonna be real with it. Having to go to the BA every day and do that was, and not get paid for it was interesting. It's not I haven't done it since I haven't had to do it. You know. And exactly, they can't always use help, and I wish that I had the like tenacity to just do that on my own, but I haven't just done that on my own, and now I'd have to get reapproved for it and everything. Yeah, how do you remember that chick, dude? What? How do you remember her? That story of her? Yeah, what? No, that was like that was before I came back to California. Yeah, she had muscular dystrophy. But it was my idea to come to Chicago, though. I took her from her mom, dude. She was living with her mom, and I was like, hey, let's go to Chicago and try to do this. But, yeah, it didn't work out. I kind of used her, dude. I feel bad for it. Because I didn't have anything, and I knew she had that monthly income, and, like, I cared about her, dude. I cared about her. But the disability was an issue, dude. It was so much of a disability. It was hard to deal with. She could only walk like 10 feet. So it made it so that when I was at work all day at Labor Ready, she was just stuck at the hotel pretty much. She needed to have a motorized wheelchair. Everywhere. Like she couldn't go into the woods and hang out. I remember we went and hung out with some friends in the woods, and one of my other friends had to carry her on his back to get her back there. She looked like Cher, though. I always thought she looked like Cher. I met her off the internet dating website. We still talk from time to time, every couple of years. Our grandmother had it too, actually. Her and her grandmother both had muscular dystrophy, and I met her grandmother, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is what she's gonna be like when she gets older." I met her grandfather and her grandmother once we went and hung out with them. Where is she now? I don't know. I think she's in Arkansas. I'm not sure. That's where I met her. Arkansas. I'll be right back, dude. My beer's empty. Ay, 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 ay. Uh-oh. We went down? No, it's probably the internet, though. It'll probably pop right back up. Hopefully. That shouldn't be a temperature issue right now. It's kind of late for that. Oh, I just popped a fresh Miller High Life quart. It was only $3. There we go. Hey, yo. I called it. I know what I'm doing a little bit. But still, what I do isn't worth any money. Because there are a ton of people that know what they're doing with this. What I do is not worth anything. That's what I gotta convince them. I'm worthless. Come on, bro. Why is it... Everything's acting kind of weird. The date went out for a second there, I noticed. Joker, sister's talking to you and you're ignoring? Kind of fucking rude, man. I'm gonna penalize you with 100,000 Dodoc. And 10. 9. Okay, see? There he is. I was just playing, actually, dude. I wasn't gonna do that. But hey, have you done this? You don't even have 100K? Then you owe me. Welcome to the revolving door. I ran into my buddy the other day. His name is Martin. But we call him 15 as a nickname. He got it blown up in Iraq. IED? It's an IED, right? It's an IAD. That's something else? Yeah, it's an IAD. Improvised explosive device, probably. Lost his hands, so hence we call him 15. I don't get it. 15. Call him 15. 15 digits left. Oh, his entire hand's gone? You're counting his toes as digits? Hey, how did you know to find us here, man? Have you even subbed to this channel? We're working on 10 subs still. Or if we can get it. Can we get 10 subs before I stop streaming over here? No, I can't ever stop streaming here. This is a new channel. Oh, she did? Where did you find him? In Discord? Found him in Discord. See? Discord's already working. He sent you a friend request? Oh my goodness. Y'all gonna have to post in the Lover's Lane channel in a minute. I forget what it's called. Love Connection. Oh shit. That's what I do here. Yo, I actually made one relationship from the stream back in the Omegle days. And I'm still friends with both of them on Discord, but they're no longer together. I talked to both of them separately, and then they ended up like hooking up. Pretty trippy. He's with somebody else now, and she's hopping around at the moment. She's a little bunny rabbit. You don't believe in love? Yeah. That's the ticket. Never love anything or anybody, especially kittens. Fuck that. Fucking little cunt. Get off of me. I'm playing. She's not even on me. She's yeah. They're both laying at my feet right now, actually. Oh, she's twitching and shit. She's deep sleeping. Oh shit, I just remembered something else I spent money on. Fucking Photoshop. I can claim all the Photoshop that I spent money on. Okay. And the AI bot. Photoshop though, man. That's gonna be a grip. Forgot about that. Okay, we're going at 530. Temp 530 on the 17 Labs. Close friends. Percy Rosin. This is the hottest channel on YouTube. Can you tell? Can you smell it? You can smell when something's cooking, can't you? Kitty Cam. It's a new one. The new best channel on the internet. Kitty Cam. Kitty Cam. So I better not say it too loud. My fucking neighbors are gonna find it. I might have fucked up. I fucked up, man. Shit, I think they heard me. Dude, we lost a viewer. Thanks a lot, Joker. Fuck. It's because they thought you were lolcowing me. Now you gotta go get us another viewer. East Coast time? No, dude. I get here. You can see. You can scroll back and you can see when I get here. Around 6:45, 7 o'clock. That's when the plate goes down. Like this morning was kind of wild. There's no audio for it, but I don't know. I need whatever. Fuck it. I need audio. Who needs to hear what's going on out there? That would just distract you from the message of Jesus. Of Jesus, don't be distracted from the message of Jesus. Don't be distracted today. Oh shit, hold on, I'll be back. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Look at that plate of food out there, boy. I tell you what. Mandy Moore? Mandy Moore? Like the actress from the 70s or something? Mandy. There's something more. There was a more. There was a more. It's not noon yet there, Joker? Oh, you're talking about when you're doing in the mornings. You do laundry every day, dude? Oh, twice a week. Well, we need to pick those numbers up. Alexander Mayorkas is grilled by reporters. Was grilled by reporters, huh? Today. Awesome. Was it shish kebab? Hopefully they put some vegetables with him. And I got a diffusion, baby. Oh, hot off the presses. Mm. Mm. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe it's secret live stream. Possible coup event in Bolivia. Jennifer was going back to his roots with that one. Bolivia? Hmm.
Nationals have been charged with hate crimes after police said that they posed federal agents sprayed on mosquitoes in Orange County in order to rob them.
At least 11 victims have come forward. KTLA5 Kimberly Chang is in Santa Ana with the latest investigation. Kimberly? Orange County District Attorney's Office believes that the two men are in the country illegally and came to the U.S. with the sole purpose of committing crime. Florencio Bastiani and Alexandria Basile are remaining in nationals who speak Spanish, according to the Brooks District Attorney's Office, allegedly targeted Hispanic street vendors and laborers who believed to be undocumented immigrants. They were driving up two people that they thought were going to be deported, flashing either a badge or immigration paperwork that they said identified themselves as ICE agents, and one can say identified themselves as FBI agents, and managed identification, and then had people hand over their wallets so that they can inspect their cash to see if it was counterfeit. And then when they determined, according to the victim, that it was counterfeit, they would take the cash. The two men are accused of wearing fake badges and police, allegedly threatened to deport victims if they refused to hand over money and debit cards. One of these defendants said to law enforcement that they were targeting Hispanic victims because they had cash, they are not smart, and they are fearful of their immigration status and being deported. Kimberly with CDA described how investigators tracked down the suspects. There was a crime that was committed in Wisconsin where a man and his son were walking along the street, where they were just perhaps like two men in a car, identified themselves as law enforcement, and they vicious and didn't for law enforcement, and so they were able to get a partial license and then connect that to some of the other crimes. 11 victims have reported crimes that happened in June across Orange County, including in Anaheim, Westminster, and Tustin. The two men were charged Monday with felony counts of second-degree robbery and felony crime enhancement. And fear that when the looking on these guns is absolutely disgusting, which is why we charged these crimes, because they were being specifically targeted. In at least one of the robberies, investigators say the suspect had been in the car.
Hate crime, though? I don't know about that.
Also accused of crimes in other counties. Men are being held without bail. They're scheduled to appear in court July 2nd. Reporting in Santa Ana, Kimberly Chang,
Kimberly Chang. He is in a secret club. What are you talking about? Nothing happened. I posted in Discord on the Immigrant channel. I was watching the last one I posted. Romanian nationals coming here and robbing the fucking Mexican, the Venezuelans and shit, dude. It's crazy shit, bro. Check it out. It's here too. It's so crazy. The Romanians came here, they speak Spanish, and they came here to take advantage of immigrants. They're acting like they're ICE agents, bro. I should probably put in crazy news. It's immigration news though. So crazy. Because I've been to Romania, you know, so it's like I got a little skin in the game. Fuck. Man, what are you doing, Romania? Stop doing dumb shit. Come on, man. Make me look bad. Dude, these Romanians keep coming here and stealing shit. It's making, I don't know, bro. Come on, man. You know, there was that, dude, there's like multiple actually that I've read in the past year. At least 3. Romanian gangs coming here to steal shit from us. I call them gangs, you know what I mean? They're just like a group of more than one Romanian. That's what I think about that, Joker. For the people. Oh, it is a gang? Oh, okay. It's 89.2 degrees in this room right now that I'm in. No AC. Only time I really need AC is at the nighttime. When I'm sleeping, I need it on at that, like, I just can't sleep. It's all hot. I tried, like, I can sleep without a blanket, but you know what I mean? You get used to having that blanket on you, don't you? I like having the blanket on me. My woogie, my woogie. Some people even get weighted blankets. It helps them sleep. I don't get all that shit. Because, like, it makes it hard to roll over. You got a weighted blanket. It's like you're gonna fucking work out at night. I remember when I first got my comforter, my down comforter, I was like, God dang, man, it's a fucking workout just turning around. A king size comforter on a queen bed. It's hard to breathe outside. It's so hot. Dude, that's how Las Vegas used to get. Remember when I went to Vegas? And that's how they keep you in. Because the casinos are all nice and frigid. And you hit that. I remember there was an escalator, like one of them flat escalators. It's not an escalator, but like a pad that moves outside of Caesar's Palace that brought you in from the sidewalk. But when you left, you had to walk all the way to the sidewalk. I think uncovered even. It was covered and it was like a sidewalk that you just stood on. But you were uncovered and you had to walk when you left. And it was like one of the mind control things to keep people in the casino spending money. Yeah, man, I think that's one of the ways that Egypt was able to control their people so much, because it's hot as shit out in Egypt, right? The closer you are to the equator, right, the hotter it is. The further you are from the equator, the rougher the seas. Drake's Passage, never forget Drake's Passage. Before the Panama Canal, ships had to pass through the Drake's Passage. And it was treacherous, a ship graveyard. There's probably treasure there still. It was so far south, away from the equator. Kitty, kitty. You're the one for me. Mama Cat will probably be out there in about an hour and a half. Within an hour and a half, Mama Cat will probably be eating 5 something. I think she's under the house right now, probably feeding the kittens. Maybe. Hey, buddy. Simon's in here. We got the kitty in here. Sweet Pea's in here. He's knocked out. He's up now. Sneezing much less with the antibiotics, so that's a good sign. That is what he needed. He does seem a little itchier than normal, though. Still. If you pass it on a ship, you get your ear pierced. What? That's what on a ship? Drake's Passage? Oh, really? Does some Navy ships go there? I didn't think about that. I guess that's a thing. Some of them go through there. Oh, the equator? No, no, no. You don't. I don't know about that. If you pass it, they do. Whatchamacallit? It was at the international date line. When you pass the international date line, there's something, and when you pass the equator, there's something, right? But they used to do something where back in the day they would haze the younger people, the new people that hadn't went through it, and they had to do. It was like something back, shellback and a pollywog, I think is what it is. Dude, that passage sounds much more likely that if you go through something like that they want you to get your ear pierced, because that's an area that the Navy just doesn't travel to. So that would make a lot of sense to me. Drake's Passage, you get your ear pierced because like you're a fucking pirate at that point. You went through one of the most treacherous passages on the planet if you go through Drake's Passage. Let me see, Pollywog Shellback. Let me see. Yeah, the line crossing ceremony, Pollywog through the surf of the stern. It's more, wait, Shellback. Let me see here. Crossing of the equator, yeah. So that's that one. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, the Drake Passage has been described as having the roughest seas in the world. 20,000 sailors have lost their lives there. This thing says. It says the reason why the Drake Passage is so beset by storms is because the Southern Ocean, which encircles the frozen continent of Antarctica, is unbroken by land, meaning that mighty winds can rush around the globe unimpeded. I'm gassy. Am I going to gassy jail? Three oceans meet there too? Aha. Okay. What would that be? The Pacific, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean? That's the Mediterranean Sea though, isn't it? What other ocean is there? Is there more than two oceans? Maybe. I'm not thinking of it right now though. That's my cousin. He's gone, retired from the Navy, moved. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because when I looked up Drake's Passage USN ceremony, nothing came up. I don't know. Yeah, I've never heard of that one though. Let me see. Let me just search USN. I don't know. Oh, no, you're right. It says historically sailors would have their ear pierced with an earring installed. So I think you're right, but it's probably like from the 1800s or something, maybe. Someone seems to have been talking about it here, though. Let me see. I said, I crossed the equator twice while serving in the Navy, and the initiation was quite long to behold. It started before the sun came up and ended around lunch. We flew the Jolly Roger while the ceremony took place. Think of things like bobbing for Baby Ruth bars in a new unused toilet that was filled with cottage cheese and Baby Ruths. That was just the tip of the iceberg. I think crossing on a cruise ship is probably a little more tame than what I went through, Bob. P.S. There was no ear piercing going on when we went through it. That must have been an older part of the initiation. Yeah, so maybe back in the day they did the ear piercing thing. Interesting. That's really interesting that they, like... I wonder why that died out. Historically, sailors would have their ear pierced with an earring installed. Cruise ships are not as stringent, but do have their own rituals to celebrate the crossing. These may have involved some tribute to the god Neptune, all in good fun. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby. That was the end of it. Sorry. Gay started doing it. Yep. We can't be gay anymore. YMCA. Boy, we don't talk about that YMCA shit. Where is Mama Cat at? Come on, Mama. She can come early and do me a favor. Simon. Yeah, I had my ears pierced too back in the day. Dude, I pierced my own belly button once. It hurt like hell. I did it with a safety pin. Like one of them pins you do the diaper up with. It got so infected, dude. Just my t-shirt brushing it hurt like hell. But I was man enough to stick a needle all the way through that thing. I stuck it. I fucking stuck it! Ow! You know what I mean? Can you do that? It took me an hour to get that fucker all the way through. With ice. Just icing it up and sticking it. I was a teenager. I was probably like, maybe like 13. Taking the pain like a man. Taking the pain. I was on the phone the whole time too. With somebody who's been into the stream. With somebody who's been here. No, she's talking about my booty, Joker. My booty. Yes, of course did you stretch them, man. What are you thinking? Get your mind out of the gutter, dude. My a neighbor across the street saying something. He's saying something good, loud, strong. I can count on him if meteors hit, I think. Why would you stretch them? To show us what you're working with. We need to see what you're able, if you're able. We need to know if we can fuck your ear hole. I'm gonna fuck your ear hole, yay! Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna fuck your ear hole tonight. Bum bum bum. You just gotta stretch it, alright. Bum bum bum. I'm gonna fuck your ear hole tonight. Bum bum bum. Now that actually could be a banger. If we like introduce it to the right clientele. If we get the right DJ to start spinning that in Hollywood or Miami, that could be my breakout hit, y'all. We can make it together. I'll take you with me. Where are we going? You want to go with me to somewhere? Where y'all want to go, man? We can go anywhere. We can go anywhere. I haven't been to Italy yet. I just did it for free. What do you mean? I made something for the people to like, now y'all can do something with it. Even if you want to use that for your store or something, to have it playing over the intercom while people are shopping, I'm cool with that. Royalty free. How about that? That's a good deal. That is that, dude. You're not gonna find a deal that good anywhere else. Not for a song of that high caliber, high quality. I put in the effort. I got the equipment. The sound quality is top notch. You don't need to master that. It's ready to go. 1-800. Maybe 2-800. Is it 3-800? Y'all pick. Y'all pick how many 800s it is. Is it 8-800s? What's the max? I don't know. I don't know the max. And I feel I feel like I let everybody down for not knowing. You can't hear those. No. They don't work for some reason. I don't know why. They're broken now. So I put Realtek digital audio output, but even if I pick that as the output, Realtek digital, boom, 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 that should be working. And now a boom, boom. It should be working now, but they don't. Watch. Oh wait, it's a, god dang it, fucking stupid. Robs are only back here. Hey, that worked. See, it is working. I fixed it. Some might say I'm a streaming genius and I should be making $3,300 a month. That's what they're gonna try to say. That's what they're gonna try to say. Motherfuckers. Wild Bill, dude, Wild Bill just needs to know that we got the games in here and he'll be here. You already know. That's a good idea. Somebody get on that. Find Bill. We got a new channel here. We got Kitty Cam. You know, we could do anything with a name like Kitty Cam. We could just start off as kitty stuff and then eventually it's gonna be like, what is gonna happen today? Holy shit, anything can happen on Kitty Cam. Bum 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 bum. You know what I mean? Shit, I said it loud again. My neighbors heard me probably. I keep, dude, what have I done? You're dead, dude. Who died? Somebody died. I'm sorry. Are you waiting for the kitty too? Well, just give it some more time. We'll see the kitty soon. Maybe I can also. Bruh. Makes me fucking turn on. You be to be, you be to be, you be to be, baby. You be to be, baby. You be to be, yeah. Thank you very much. A week. Here for you, baby. Here for you. How's it going? Oh, you looking good tonight. You wearing the pink and the flowers. Oh, you're so cute. Sorry, I had a flashback. Do 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 do. Pow pow. Reaction? What? What do you mean? My next channel could be a reaction video? What the fuck was the last one? Didn't double. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Do you think I know everything? I don't. I'm sorry. Very less than that. So much less than that I'm fired. If I had to, I'm fired. They'd be like, get the fuck out of here. You don't know shit compared to everything. Fuck out of here. You fuckhead. You fuckhead. You motherfucking head. I say, fuck it. Get your fucking ass out of here. I'm sorry. Boom, ba doom, boom, ba doom, boom. Bow, bow. Oh, it's techno time. Are we techno timing it? Are we? Ha 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 ha. Are we? Techno time. Are we? Ha 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 ha. Are we? Techno time. What? Yo, bro, it's seasoned already. I just need to start eating them. They're gonna find out that those things can be turned into gold. I gotta hold on to them. Go, 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 go. You want me to show you my gold? I gotta show you my asparagus. If you wanna see my gold, you gotta see my asparagus. If you wanna see, you gotta see my asparagus. Asparagus. You wanna see my gold, then you gotta see my asparagus. Yeah, that's a banger. Don't even. That one cost you. That one's not for free. Like the asparagus farmers of America are probably chopping at the bit to get that one for free. That's not fair use. Is it canned? It's not fresh. No, it's in a bag. They're in little pouches with lactic acid to keep it preserved. The acid. Keep it good. Keep it good for you. Acid keep the asparagus. For you, you gotta stick it in your ass if you want it to be in you forever. This asparagus is gonna be inside you, up in you. Yo, bro, I got a voice of an angel. I'm just I'm sorry for hurting your ear holes. The kitty cam should be techno, and you as the DJ. Yes, that's all it's gonna be from now on. I'm just gonna. This is artless songs. I have the copyright to this music. I can't just play regular music because then YouTube will never monetize my channel. I gotta think logically here. You can't be putting a lot of copyrighted shit on your shit if you want to get monetized. It just doesn't happen like that. Little gassy, I'm a little gassy. Asparagus French sticks. We could make something. Yeah, maple syrup with the breading, with some cheese, with sardines. Now we're talking. The Techno Kitty Cam thumbnail. I'm gonna run out of these songs though. I think I might need chips or something. I might just need some potato chips. And I'm gonna have to get out some more dabs to have them heating up, get them ready to go. Potato chips acquired. Dabs on deck. Sing different lyrics? I can't sing different lyrics. Those come from the heart. Those lyrics are from God. Look at the jalapeno Miss Vicky's. That was delicious. More people should like these. I can't have potato chip ham. It's an overindulgence moment. Entire Hells Angels chapter arrested in kidnapping and assault probe. That's breaking news. I'll get into it, you'll see. "50 years of the barcode, but a switch from stripes to QR codes is coming." Breaking news. You don't understand how breaking that shit is. Do you hear breaking things? Well, you gotta listen closer. Your ears, man. Get them looked at. Crunchy. I'm sorry. I have 6 likes. Holy shit. What should we do? should we have a face reveal already? No, it's too late. I look my best at 6 a.m. Oh shit. I forgot. I gotta add this channel onto my account real fast. They don't even know, man. That. Oh, I can only add. Okay. There. Right, now Kitty Cam's added to the channel list. So I won't get any copyrights from them. This isn't something else that's tax deductible that I can claim. Art list. It's expensive, dude. It's like $400 a year. Most years, all of my earnings went back into the stream with stuff that I spent on, or with money I spent on stuff for the stream. 2022 was the only year that was like I made a profit. Did I think of another one? What was it? Alright. Alright, yeah, I got Adobe already. Thanks. Yeah, that was the first one. I've been reading more about depreciating value items too. Like stuff I bought in the beginning, I can get a depreciating value or a certain amount of years, and it reduces every year by a certain percentage because you're expected to have to replace it after a certain amount of years, so you get a tax deduction every year, but it's not for the whole amount. It's for a certain percentage of its amount. So that's something else I might have to look into, because for how much I spent when I first got into this, it was thousands. So that'll carry on for like 5-10 years or more, some of that. Dude, all this shit's very complicated. I didn't realize. And I'm almost done with my second quart. Then what? Whiskey? I just can't do that. Must be time for dabs down. It must be time for dabs down. What you gonna do? I might have to stick some dabs in it. Put a little something else. Little crack cocaine. I'm just playing. I don't do that. If I did, you would know because I'd have lost everything by now. I'd have lost everything by now. Ha! Yo, this is the new channel. Okay, Brian. What? He's not a crackhead. He's a meth. He's a tweaker. Maybe he did switch up to crack. The pears are going fucking crazy outside right now. Magically delicious. It's magically in your mouth. In your mouth. In your mouth. Do you think it's delicious now? In your mouth. In your mouth. In your mouth. Do you think it's delicious now? Huh. In your mouth. Huh. Do you think it's delicious now? In your mouth. Do you think it's delicious now? Huh. Dude, these are straight. I'm giving the world straight banger after banger right now. I'm not getting paid for it, you know? Like, this isn't a job. I'm donating to society right now. I'm a charity. I'm giving away for the greater good of mankind. I'm a charity. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Fun and a mouse song? What the hell's that? I don't have a mouse song. Meow. put it in your mouth, 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 put it in your mouth. Wow, 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 Shit was intense, man. What the fuck was that? I'm not picking these songs, they're just randomly playing, so I'm going along with it. I'm sorry if it sucks. I don't know what to do. I'm a little retarded. I'm like not supposed to do well at this. I had a year where shit really popped off, but I actually suck at this for the most part. Looking at my records, I'm understanding that. I've never looked at them before. I hadn't filed taxes in 13 years. Hadn't filed taxes in 13 years. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do when I see you in the club tonight? Are you gonna judge me on it and we're gonna get in a fight? 10 years from now, when you find out my credit is below your standards, how was you wrong to hurt my penis? My credit's awesome right now, though. No, man, we're good. We're good. Stimulus? Yeah, I got the stimulus. You should see it. I'm stimulated, baby. I'm stimulated. I'm so stimulated tonight with you. Without you. Alright. I don't know what to do. It's hurting me. Stimulated. I'm stimulated. I got the stimulus tonight. Alright. I thought a person had to file taxes. No, they don't. I didn't have to file taxes. You don't, apparently. That's what kind of threw me off too, probably. I was like, well shit, I guess I'm doing everything alright. I got all them bitches. I got all that stimulus, bitch. It has money, dog. And I spent it. Oh my god, why did I do that? Oh my god, I'm in The Sims, walking down the street, not knowing I'm a him, but thinking I'm a her. I'm gonna purr. Am I a cat? Meow. Going down to the grocery store, gonna buy some milk. I'm not a whore, I'm not wearing a skirt. I'm not trying to flirt. Get away from me, Ted. Boom, 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 boom. Where is the cream cheese? I'm gonna make me a mean cheesecake. I'm not mean. The cheesecake is. Get away from me, Ted. You're too horny. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I'm going in. 446 Fresh Bowl. We dab it, baby. Let's go. Doesn't it sound like some Sims music though? From like 2001? It's like back in the day Sims music. I mean, it's a little better than Sims music, but it's like the same type vibe. Ted's my boy. You're my boy, Ted. I should make Ted a mod too of this channel, actually, because I think he has the most hours of anybody else on YouTube. That's something, man. He beat out Spec. Hold music for Macy's? Come on, man. Dude, earlier today, I was on hold for... Who was it? Who was it? Oh, let me think. Was it today? No, it was the, I paid for Quicken, the you know, the accounting software. And what the fuck was I even just talking about? I finally figured it out, but then I forgot what I was talking about. Why was I thinking about Quicken? Yeah, Specs can be kind of mad. I should check on him. Oh, that's right. The music. I couldn't help but think, because they had like legit classical music on their hold. It was good. You know, like, I don't know what artist it was, but it was from back in the day. It was good stuff. And I just couldn't help but remember when we were subjected to that shitty fucking commercial music that whatever commercialized channel, mainstream media channel, played during Gay Pride. Were you there for that? The Gay Pride Festival advertising music, and because I had YouTube Premium, I didn't get a commercial, so I got their stupid wait music, which sucked. It was super repetitive. It was like do 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 do. Like it wasn't that bad, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about, dude? They had actual real classical music on Quicken. Like, why couldn't the news get that for the Gay Pride shit? The hell, man. Shitty. You're shitty. You're shitty. You know that you're shitty for not doing that for the gay people. See, I'm more of a gay advocate than you thought. Yo, but Spec is a real one too, though, man. I mean, just look at it. If you look at top hours, right here, boom, Spec gonna be number 2 probably. God damn it. I keep accidentally doing that. Number 2, boom, 2,235. Bill's taking off now on it. We got Mr. Wild Bill though also up there. Blue, haven't seen them in a while. Bubba's still there. I see Bubba ET's still there. Hey man, Chris? No, not anymore. Lonnie? Sometimes. I don't know who Don Q Paul is, man. They had a different name back in the day. I don't know who the fuck that is. I wish I've been racking my brain for that for years now to figure out who the hell that is. Who is that? Who are you, Don Q? Who are you? Don Q. Who? Now tell me who are you? Don Q. Why do you say you should have gone to Twitch? Dude, why? Because I'm on YouTube right now? Oh, yeah, because this channel is really blowing up. You really missed an opportunity there. We got Legend Do, we got Mark Bass, we got Going Con, we got Wicked and You'd have a, is that what you have on Twitch? I wouldn't have left YouTube. I didn't leave YouTube up like that though, like I did Twitch. I would leave Twitch up much longer with those streams, like because I knew that I could leave it up at 36 hours. So sometimes I wouldn't even end Twitch, right? End YouTube. You act like, dude, Twitch is the only one that still monetizes me. You act like it doesn't matter anymore or something because I'm not there right now. It's only been like a week that I haven't been on Twitch, if that. Kitty, kitty, sleeping on the floor. Boop, 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 boop. Haven't seen a few. Yeah, no, they just don't come here. It's not that they don't chat, they're not here. They are, well, a lot of them are masturbating right now.
For, I mean, I don't think it's good in general that the executive branch routinely shrugs off subpoenas from Congress. But the fact is, if you're going to change that incentive structure, this isn't the way to do it. Putting the nation's chief law enforcement officer on trial in Congress with this, you know, cockamamie triple bank shot of a constitutional maneuver.
How is this cockamamie triple bank shot?
It's an utterly obscure idea.
It is it appears to be a standard order of operations.
When was the last time it happened?
1937, I think.
Okay,
is that what it was?
So it's been about 90 years. Okay.
I'd say about 100 years since it was ever enforced. Well, so I suppose the issue is, if Peter Navarro's in prison and Steve Bannon's on his way to prison for contempt of Congress, this nation, the DOJ, we expect that when a subpoena is issued by Congress, it be answered or else. And for the DOJ for Merrick Garland to deny Congress's authority,
yeah, I do
when the
appreciate
Republicans
you,
finally
Sister
have
T.
some kind of majority to take some kind of investigative action.
You're number 2.
They don't
I don't know how the fuck Moments has,
Biden,
dude.
but they do criminally charge Donald Trump. Okay.
Sometimes Moments will be in the channel when I'm not even live. I've looked at chat and Moments was like in my chat and I wasn't even live yet. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? Is she just always there? I've never seen her. I think it's a her. I don't know, man.
We've got a problem here. It's one or the other, not both. The FBI staged evidence in a photograph they released to the public that is tilting the public opinion against Trump. We've got a clear conflict of interest. So then we say, okay, how about this? Merrick Garland, give us the audio recording of that interview Biden had with her, so we can understand exactly why Biden is not being charged, but Trump is. We want the context around Biden. They say no. They deny a subpoena. Well, Bannon's going to jail in 5 days for the same thing. Mm-hmm. This nation does not exist if laws are only applied on one side of the aisle.
Back in the day, it was different, though.
If Merrick Garland
she does it now sometimes. I'm like, whoa.
Answering the subpoena, and the only other thing Congress can do is inherent contempt of me. Sounds like we're in a really, really dramatic and drastic circumstance requiring such an action, which is in the standard order of operations.
Eric Holder was held in contempt over the Fast and Furious scandal in about 2012. Basically, nothing came of it. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's just how
that's a great song. Toy Story, man. I saw it in the theater.
Used to be done. How they go now is, if you're Peter Navarro, you go to prison, and if you're Steve Bannon,
that's
you
one
go
of
to
the
prison
best,
as well.
I suppose,
animation movies ever made.
Yeah,
actually,
I think Steve Bannon has done a lot of somewhat suspect things, to be perfectly honest with you.
What does that have to do with a balance in how our law is enforced?
I don't understand why Congress has to act because something happened to Steve Bannon. That doesn't follow to me.
Steve Bannon was charged with contempt of Congress.
Yeah.
If Congress is going to refer for criminal indictment over what is a criminal action, contempt of Congress, then we expect that standard to be applied to all. You do not have a country.
I mean, Steve Bannon is not the nation's chief law enforcement officer.
Doesn't matter. No one's above the law.
I don't see why I understand what you're talking about, but at the same time, what
All
you're
that
implying
remains,
is that there are
motherfucker.
people that are above prosecution and people that are not.
No, it implies that there is separation of powers.
Are you going to go
issues.
see All That Remains or what?
Well, I don't.
Yeah, Steve Bannon, working as an advisor of the executive branch, was instructed by Donald Trump not to turn over executive documents under executive privilege. The Biden administration said, we as the new executive branch waive that. Well, this is a constitutional issue regarding whether or not the previous administration retains executive privilege. They
Dude,
do.
for
It would be absurd
two-
to claim otherwise.
2 courts will get a
When
motherfucker
Steve
a
Bannon
little
said,
bit turned.
I'm between a rock and a hard place. If I comply with the
dabs,
subpoena, I'm in
for sure.
violation of the executive branch. And if I don't comply, I'm in violation of the legislative branch. What should I do? Eventually, Trump relented and said, Steve, we're waiving privilege. Turn the documents over. The J6 committee said, it's too late. We don't care. Bannon, you're going to jail. He appealed this and lost. If Bannon, as an advisor and as an actor of the executive branch, is being held in contempt, then Merrick Garland, under the same exact standards, will as well. And they are denying this. Here's your problem. If 2 agents of the executive branch are being held to different standards based on their political faction, then you do not have a country. A country cannot function if the people do not have confidence that laws will be upheld. This is fundamentally Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, the reason why we have Blackstone's formulation, why Benjamin Franklin multiplied it by 10. If the American people believe that even if you are innocent, you will go to prison, then there is no reason to be innocent, and there is only every man for himself.
Yeah, I mean, there are often cases where people go down for reasons that are not really the reasons they deserve to go down for, and Bannon is probably one of those cases. Are you raising a legitimate issue of kind of fair treatment on either side? Yeah. But Steve Bannon has been taking some interesting Russian money. He's got a number of
none of this is neither here nor there.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're going to have your sort of Thomas, if you're going to have your Thomas Paine moment, let's have it behind a Thomas Paine.
No, absolutely not. We are not going to say, I object to the moral standards of the individual, so he is not receiving inherent rights.
It's not about moral standards. It's not at all about moral standards. It's about he's been taking Russian money.
So what?
But I mean, doesn't there have to be a trial before you can even say that? Like, has he been taking Russian money? Who's he
so
been
what?
taking
I don't
from?
care. I don't care if Vladimir Putin personally handed him a gold bar. The fact is, you cannot have a country if your government explicitly states we will hold our own to different standards and not charge them, and you will rot in prison.
I think it's farcical to get into high dudgeon over somebody that's been in bed with the Russians.
That has nothing to do with the laws of this nation.
Yeah, I mean, Al Capone went down for tax fraud, not for being a mobster.
Well, I mean, he committed tax fraud.
Okay.
And so we uphold.
That's not how we remember Al Capone.
Sure, but we enforce tax fraud laws against people.
Sure.
And that's the one they were able to catch him on. That's actually, I think actually.
And we caught Steve Bannon on contempt of Congress.
This is actually a fascinating thing that Capone, we could not prove of the mobster stuff he was doing, and so we did not put him in prison. That's amazing. We couldn't prove it, so we didn't do it. But we could prove the tax fraud stuff, and so we did. Steve, okay, so fair point. Merrick Garland goes to prison next.
I don't see how that follows.
Merrick, we get people on tax fraud, right? We get Merrick Garland on contempt. We get Bannon on contempt. We get Merrick Garland on contempt. That's the way this country works.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work to throw an attorney general in prison. No.
What does that mean?
I'm afraid not. Do you think it would be good to set a precedent where we're throwing our attorneys general in prison?
Do you think it's a good idea to prosecute the president and impeach him twice after the?
No.
I actually think
we do all kinds of things that are terrible.
The greatest precedent ever, one of the greatest things ever done in this country, would be to say, you do not violate the subpoenas from Congress. And if you are referred, the DOJ cannot intervene and say we won't actually enforce the law. If we're to put Merrick Garland in prison,
He just
that would be
attacked
a
him while she
strong
was
statement that
sleeping.
no one is above the law.
I tried to hold her, and she jumped out of my lap and attacked Simon instead.
Look, the executive branch has been standing up to congressional subpoenas for like decades. If that's a situation you want to end, you're not going to end it with a four-seat majority. Let's just be realistic about this.
That's also, again, not the point. As I already stated, many people don't expect the vote to actually succeed. But that's a different point. And that's the point where I made is...
Well, why are you setting these expectations for something that's not going to happen?
That has nothing to do with the principle of how a country will function and the fact basis of what happens to a country that doesn't abide by these standards.
Okay.
That's why I said if they do not vote in favor of inherent contempt, your country doesn't exist. It's a facade.
So this is about telling Republicans how to vote on this one.
This is about maintaining the fabric of a country based on the standards set by law enforcement and the co-equal branches of government that have been acting in complete violation of the Constitution for decades. And we're on the verge of the fabric shredding into a million pieces. Where we are now.
I mean, are you going to cross the Rubicon with this Caesar and this army? I mean,
No, the Rubicon was crossed.
Yeah, it was already
with the arrest of Peter Navarro.
Okay.
And the charges against Steve Bannon. The Rubicon was crossed by accusing Donald Trump of being a traitor to his country falsely and impeaching him over what Joe Biden was actually doing in Ukraine.
Mama's
the Rubicon was
here.
crossed a long time ago. And now the issue is how
Ooh,
do
she's
we
about to
prevent
get
total
full tonight off
decay and
drive-thru.
chaos and
Damn, I
disorder?
left too
Clearly
much
not
out.
this way.
This is the only way.
No, it's not.
Yeah, see, if you're approaching this from, we hereby publicly declare that Democrats can break the law, but Peter Navarro goes to prison for it, then here's what happens. So let's go back to Blackstone's formulation, a very rudimentary element of American constitutional, well, I would say the Constitution of the American people, that is what constitutes the American people. The reason why the United States holds its views on, say, the First, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth Amendment is that Blackstone, you can go back to England, it is better that 10 guilty persons go free than one innocent person suffer.
Sure.
The reason for this, as articulated very well by the Founding Fathers, was that if a nation comes to believe that if you, as an innocent person, you will be prosecuted and persecuted
He is a smart guy,
regardless,
though.
then the incentive of the public is to defy population and government and act in accordance of only themselves.
Well, look, I think Peter Navarro's gotten a bad rap. I'm not so sure about Steve Bannon, but, you know, if you lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas.
Neither here nor there.
Okay.
Like, you keep making these personal arguments like, I personally don't like Bannon, therefore this is just.
It's not about that. It's about you when you're dealing with mobsters, you use the knife at hand.
So the issue then becomes, and this is why the Founding Fathers opposed this, and Benjamin Franklin said it is better, Blackstone was wrong, he said it is better that 100 guilty persons go free than one innocent suffer, which is to state that even if Bannon is a mobster, you do not use the law incongruously to lock him up. Why?
It hasn't been used incongruously.
So
you're trying
Merrick
to create
Garland,
a double standard.
Merrick Garland defied a subpoena.
The double standard
was referred for criminal prosecution, and they said no.
That's an ex post facto thing. That you're creating the double standard with what's going on right now. The double standard didn't exist until Anna Paulina Luna decided to create it.
What double standard?
What you just said. The case you've been
the double standard was when the DOJ said we won't prosecute Merrick Garland.
Right.
Okay, and now the response is we have no choice but to
really,
enforce our legislative authority, which is the next step would be inherent contempt.
Okay.
Well, he must be. How do you learn what he
If we
knows?
live in a country where the people of this nation are looking to the highest level, the executive branch, and the DOJ says explicitly we are above the law, we get exactly what the Founding Fathers feared. You will see small communities fracture off from confidence in the government, start acting within their own accordance in defiance of federal law, and it will exacerbate more than it already has to this point. The only remedy would be if Peter Navarro is going to jail, if Bannon's going to jail, Merrick Garland has to answer in the exact same way. Otherwise, the last semblance of any kind of cohesion in this country is ripped to shreds. And it is at the DOJ level, the highest level, we are hearing them say explicitly, we will charge your candidate, the front runner for the presidency. Under the same law, we will not charge the current president, Joe Biden. There's a question of immunity that only applies to Trump and not to Joe Biden. The DOJ will absolutely ignore contempt of Congress targeting our political party, but yours we will go at with full force. And this is what precipitates social disorder, chaos, and eventual fracturing like the Soviet Union. You have to have the American people, the people of a nation must believe
Dude, she
the
came out
government
from
is
underneath the
functioning.
house,
And
dude.
right now, if
Did
they
you
don't
see
do
that?
this, then the word is out.
I just
doesn't exist.
Prima facie, I don't buy the argument that America falls if we don't prosecute the chief law enforcement officer. Think about what you're saying.
Yeah.
Think about that. I mean, it's like upside down world.
Pretty sure I thought about it quite intently and then expressed myself for 20 minutes already on the issue.
Can I raise a question? Just
Yeah, she
for both
came
of
out
you
from the
consider?
direction but under the house.
Yesterday, the House said that they were considering
She just said
holding in
house.
contempt the
Holy
biographer of
shit.
Biden, who's written these memoirs, and
You think she wants my
refused to
dick?
comply with the subpoena, asking him to turn over documents and audio recordings and things like that. How does that
Yo,
compare
reach out
for
to
you?
her,
You know,
y'all.
you're saying
Let
the
her
chief
know
law
I'm
enforcement
here.
officer versus this biographer who's refusing to comply with subpoena.
Yeah,
Is one
she
better
did
than
send
the
out
other,
the
or are they
signal.
both ridiculous? What's the take here?
I think in general, congressional subpoenas should be respected. It's a little bit different when you're dealing with the sitting attorney general. I think
Because some people are above the law, right? Yes or no?
There are real separation of powers issues, and like they're what is being asked for is like
Yo, she's
basically
big
investigative
because
documents. I mean, they're
She's the cat of the
Can you articulate
neighborhood.
separation of powers?
She is in control.
Just like lay out the idea that you're actually concerned
Do
with.
you
She's the
want
boss
Congress
kitty.
getting involved in the investigation of criminal?
No, I didn't ask you to ask me a question. What are your thoughts
Yes.
on it? Like, what are
We
your
do
thoughts?
not want Congress to get involved with the investigation. I mean, if Congress gets involved in the investigation of like more or less ordinary crime, though this is admittedly
Well,
extraordinary.
she's gonna eat
crime,
enough tonight
that's
to
a
not
road we
even
don't-
need
there's a
any
reason
more
why
food
we
for the
have
rest
an
of the
attorney
night,
general.
maybe.
You're starting
Maybe
to
she'll
go down
walk
the
to the
road
right,
where
not come
we
back to
actually
the
don't believe
left.
in attorneys general in the first place.
If a president
right?
commits a crime,
And just hang out with the
who
kittens if
investigates
they're
him?
there already.
His own DOJ?
Typically, I mean, this is kind of what impeachment is for, right? High crimes and misdemeanors.
Okay, well, how do you begin the process of high crimes and misdemeanors without an investigation? Should Congress then investigate?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens when Congress says, give us the documents, and they say no?
Yeah, I mean, this is a strange hypothetical.
There's literally no hypothetical here right now. Presidents have committed crimes, and the process is their co-equal branches investigate them. That's why they have these powers in the
We
first
don't know
place.
that the president's committed a crime.
Well, you need an investigation first, right? Who investigates? The DOJ? Well, no, that's the branch we're concerned with. So you would need a co-equal branch to perform a check and balance on the other branch, which would be...
Prosecutor? I mean, should we get a special prosecutor or something like that?
Well, but it would be Congress. Congress initiates impeachment inquiries all the time. So if you'd like to initiate an impeachment inquiry, you're going to need preponderance of evidence. Okay, well, Joe Biden committed a crime. That's not in dispute. We know for a fact that he did. Those documents he had in his house is a violation of the law. They did not prosecute. We are now aware of a high crime or misdemeanor, and we would like evidence,
She
preponderance of
came
evidence,
right
to launch
around
an
when I
inquiry
said
and a
she would,
formal
by the way.
impeachment. That's what
5:30.
Congress does. It's why Congress has these powers. If a branch of government is acting in defiance of the law, and
I didn't train her to
the
do
DOJ is not
that.
going to investigate itself. No, Congress does that. And then Congress requested the evidence. The Attorney General rejected this, refused to do it. They're not holding anyone accountable. The order of operations then is, yeah, here we go, inherent contempt. The Sergeant at Arms of Congress is going to be the one who has
No,
to
you
take
don't think
enforcement
so?
action.
She's feeding them right now in their belly, y'all.
So
This is all standard order of operations, in my opinion.
it's not standard order of operations to have the House Sergeant.
Probably gonna have more than
arrest
one
the
this
Attorney
time,
General.
then.
But it is.
It's not. Well, yeah, it's in there, but it hasn't happened
So
in
if
90 years.
so, Biden committed a crime. That's a fact, right?
No, it's not.
He didn't have classified documents.
The purpose of a trial is to determine if somebody
Did
committed
Joe
a
Biden have
crime.
classified documents?
A lot of politicians have had classified
Why can't you answer the
documents.
question? Did he have the documents? Yes or no?
Yeah, he did.
Is that illegal?
I mean, so did Trump.
Sure. And he's being charged for it.
Yeah.
So is it illegal?
Yeah, of course it's illegal.
So Biden committed crimes.
I mean, I totally get what you're saying about the
she
double
done.
standards
She
when it
went to
comes
the
to the
left.
overclassification.
Good
of
stretch,
things.
though.
But
Alright, so I'm gonna go
what
see her
you're-
piss
what you're
real
talking
fast.
about is going forward with this crazy triple bank shot that isn't going anywhere.
What's a triple bank shot? What does that mean?
This having the House Sergeant at Arms arrest the Attorney General. That's a crazy triple
Okay.
bank.
What's your
shot.
remedy for Joe Biden having committed crimes and there being no accountability?
I think in general, this happens so much that overlooking this is not the end of the world.
So overlook
This is
overlook
absurd.
the crimes being committed.
Well, look, are you going to prosecute half the civil servants in Washington?
I mean, I would.
Okay.
No question. Absolutely. Yeah, if I was president, they'd all be in jail.
It's an interesting
Next question.
idea. I mean, if the guy who's pushing for this has been taking a bunch of Russian money for years, does that seem like...
Steve Bannon is not the guy pushing it. I am, and I've not taken any Russian money.
Well, okay. It seems like this is unwise. It seems like this is an imprudent action. That's all I'm saying. Because a party that's standing behind a guy with a long-time relationship with organized crime proposing to arrest the nation's chief law enforcement officer seems like the sort of thing gangsters would do.
Completely meaningless.
It's not meaningless.
So why we have Donald Trump in the first place, why we have Steve Bannon in the first place, is because of people like you. Because we are witness to crimes committed by political elites, corporate
Most of
elites.
my writing has been fairly supportive of Trump.
Sure. And the reason why we have Trump is because of people like you, who make the argument that Joe Biden should be allowed to commit crimes, that Merrick Garland
I haven't made that argument.
Well, you said there should be no enforcement action. You said we shouldn't pursue action to go after a man who's not being charged for crimes.
I mean, this guy, Joe, where nobody's talking about Joe Biden like beating up an old woman while she's carrying her groceries. Like
we're talking about standards in law enforcement.
Okay.
And we either have a standard of law enforcement or we don't. And if we as a people do not understand where the line is, there is no line. You get oligarchy and you get Soviet-style collapse. And then you can look at Ukraine and we can look at history to see what happens to nations that do exactly what you're describing.
I think the direction toward Banana Republic kind of begins with arresting chief law enforcement officers.
I think it begins with accusing your president of being a Russian traitor in 2016 or 2015 before he even got elected, and then spending $35 million on a false investigation, continually accusing him and running smears in the press over and over again, only to find out the whole thing was fake.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend Russiagate. You're right about that.
Okay, so now we need some accountability.
Okay, this is probably not the way to get it.
And so far, a Congress has to investigate. The only thing Republicans have been able to muster up in the past several years, while Trump has got his feet stuck in concrete, and he's barely able to get anything done. Mind you, a lot of it was his own fault. He hired a lot of these people. You end up with Republicans getting back Congress and using Congress. In the meantime, when Democrats had Congress and they launched the J6 committee, of which Matt Gaetz has explained was not properly formed, didn't have a proper minority representation on it.
That's fair.
They begin to pull people in, criminally charge them under these ridiculous lies, give up information, leak it to the press. We need accountability. I'm not even asking for anything extrajudicial. I'm not asking for anything over what's already been done. I'm asking for equal standard of the law to be applied.
They're fighting.
If we don't have that, the American people will disregard the rule of law in this country. That's what the Founding Fathers feared. That's why we have First, Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendments. That's why we have Blackstone's formulation at the core of how we handle our law in this country.
I mean, look, if you're going to make that argument that there's a different standard for powerful people versus unpowerful people, and I think in a lot of cases that's quite true, how about the recent indictment of Henry Cuellar? He's a Democratic centrist congressman with connections to Onderil, which is a company that's quite right-wing. It's got connections to Peter Thiel, Trey Stevens, the Founders Fund, these sorts of guys. And the congressman who's the chief backer, who's a Democrat, by the way, has recently been indicted. How about all of the indictments of powerful gangsters that have happened over the last year and a half? I mean, this is to me fairly strong indications that things are heading in a positive direction rather than a negative one. So I don't really buy the idea that the sky is falling unless we arrest the Attorney General.
Okay, so Peter Navarro's in jail. Steve Bannon's going to jail.
They're pretty short sentences.
Even if it's not.
Regardless.
Even if I grant that, or if we say that it's not, the sky isn't falling, and I think you're probably right. Like it isn't like this is going to change the course of history if you do. I still think that the idea that it's beyond the pale to use procedures
Maybe we're all
exists,
tools.
To try to at least incentivize proper behavior. And that's part of the reason why we have law enforcement for regular people, right? You have cops on the beat because you want to deter crime. If you only have one political party, even if they're the party out of favor, like Donald Trump and his friends, even if you look at them with disfavor and you think that they're corrupt, you can have that opinion.
Who is this guy?
But if you only prosecute them, you shake the country's trust in the institutions at a time when we have already gone through COVID and we went through all of the lawlessness of 2020 and stuff. You got the American people have never had less faith in their government. They're even having a shaking of the faith of the things that we have consistently had generally positive.
Why does this guy talk so much without his headphones?
We've got a massive problem in America with people not believing in our institutions, and as long as our institutions are not handing out justice equally, you're going to only intensify that. So I can understand your perspective about this isn't worth it.
Stupid.
I get it, but I do
They
think
give him
that
too
just
much airtime.
to blow it off and to say that it's not worth the effort, not worth talking about, or too crazy. At some point, the American people are going to say, look, it's always one-sided. The gun's always pointing one way, and that only leads to more people.
I agree with everything you just said, but
we know what happens after this. You look at any country. You look at every
stopped
country that's gone
listening.
through this. The Soviet Union collapses. We get the rise of the Ukrainian oligarchs and the Russian oligarchs. You look at the Spanish Civil War. You cannot, as a country, function when one political faction targets the other without any kind of accountability. That's it. This is why you get January 6th. This is why you get Donald Trump in the first place. Barack Obama was a Democrat, and you got Occupy Wall Street under him, a left-wing protest. Regular people are watching the big banks get bailed out, the corporations get bailed out, and they get screwed over every step of the way. Now, what do you end up with? This following Occupy, 9 million people who voted for Barack
Ambulance
Obama
is
are
here.
voting for Donald Trump. Michael Moore explained it pretty well. Trump was the human Molotov
I
cocktail
must
being
eating
thrown
too many
into
of
the
these
system for
chips.
so many people.
I'm dead.
Then they accused him of being a traitor.
Oh,
They falsely impeached him twice. And
I'm
you end
dead.
up with one of the impeachments as the result of January 6th. That rage you see on January 6th, which that's a particularly complicated issue. I mean, they certainly could have had security and prevented the worst
They were
of it.
so good.
But the rage you see from that, unprecedented, and the Summer of Love being unprecedented, is a dramatic escalation of social disorder that we have seen historically. If we are now at the point where one branch of government has no power to enforce their constitutional authority, then we may as well just have Joe Biden enact Presidential Directive 51 and hereby declare continuity of government in a new constitutional single branch government like George W. Bush outlined back in 2007.
yeah.
Because that's what we're looking at right now. Democrats would become the uniparty. They would cite COVID as their reason for having done it, or inflation, or whatever they want to do, and then they
I've
just
eaten
say,
so much salt
considering
today,
that
I'm going
no
to some
one
sort of
cares
salt
at this
prison.
point, and no one believes
It's called
in checks and balances of
going
the
to
branches of
die
government, then he can just do it.
Well, so if we're going to
I'm
send
going
around
to die
subpoenas,
tonight. I
to
ate too
Merrick
much
Garland, if we're
salt.
going to haul him up to the Hill, maybe the one that should be sent
I
his
ate
way
too
has to
much
do
salt.
with what he might have known about, the Oklahoma City bombing. He was the prosecutor in that. There are still a number of unanswered
tonight.
questions. Rather than trying to
I ate too much salt.
force this double, make sure that there's no double standard in defense of some
Tonight.
rather dubious characters like Steve Bannon and President Trump.
And this is why you end up with Trump, because of the historical
ate
things
too
you
much
reference
salt.
and the breaking point of the American people who finally said, we are sick of the double standards, of the lies and
Tonight.
manipulations. And so they bring in the bull.
I get all that, and I'm totally with you.
I ate too
But
much
when we start crossing Rubicons, you better make sure you're standing behind a Caesar. And yeah, I mean that's how these sorts of crises work. But the fact is, when you start, pulling out the big guns, they're going to come back at you. And
Is the argument that they should be allowed to imprison any Republican they want, and then Republicans should just beg for forgiveness and mercy?
I'm saying that this is not a remedy that works.
Should Trump just beg? Should Trump go on TV right now and beg for mercy?
That would be kind of funny.
So you
Is
think you
this
should?
guy even? Have you heard of him
I
before?
would love to see it.
Right. Okay.
I mean, look, I get, like I said, I get what you're
His
saying.
name
Like,
is-
I understand
hold
what
on.
you're saying. There are things that can be
name
counterproductive.
is
There are procedures that can
Arthur
be counterproductive that
Bloom.
can hurt the cause. I understand what you're saying, and I don't have any kind of emotional attachment to this particular issue. But I do think that the argument that always tends to show up is always in the favor of the establishment, because the establishment is there. They know how things work. Look, we can't change like this. We can't do this. These people are the serious people, et cetera, et cetera. And it turns into, whether it's intentional or not, it turns into the American people continuing to have a degraded sense of trust in not only their government, but in the justice system itself. And that is a problem that I personally think is clear and present. It's not something coming down the road. It's something
Clear
that
and
we're
Present
dealing with
Danger.
right now.
Great
And I think
movie.
that we're going to have serious ramifications downstream in your average everyday American's life. If people don't believe in the law,
Right.
they break it. And you saw that.
Dude, one of my
as soon
dude
as the
smoking a
ACAB
J
came
for
out, people
Jesus
were
got
like, "Oh,
age
the
restricted
ACAB
by
sentiment came
YouTube.
out." You saw the response
Homie.
in the population right away. Murders.
Really?
Were, not only that,
I just got an email about that.
You had way more people dying because of car accidents, and people think, why would there be car accidents?
Look at
Because
the raids on department stores.
They're tripping
right,
on some
absolutely.
weed
But the
smoking
reason that people
now.
were dying of car accidents is because police were afraid to pull people over, because people didn't respect the law anymore. And if we don't have a population that believes in the law and believes in the rule of law and believes it's fair, then you're going to have much more
At
significant
12:53,
downstream
I got a
consequences than
community
whether or not,
guidelines age restriction.
AG Merrick Garland, who's on his way out anyways, because
Days-
or
a
he's
day-
likely on
day
his
or
way
two
out
later,
if
was that
President
yesterday,
Biden
right?
doesn't win. So I think that
Oh, you saw
actually
that?
becomes a
Isn't that true?
secondary issue.
There is
Fucked
only
up.
one thing that constitutes government, and that is confidence.
17-year-olds
The only
can't take
difference
seeing
between
me
the
smoke a
mob and
joint
the
in the
government is the
fucking
confidence
kitchen.
of the people. You take a look at the function of a mafia in a local area. They go around, they tell people, you're going to pay us, and we're going to provide protection, things like that. They decide to operate under their own terms. We saw this actually very well in the favelas of Brazil. The government had no control over the favelas. They were ruled by gangs. But the gangs who were there were effectively the governments of those favelas. Everybody knew they were in charge. They kept the peace. They kept the order. It wasn't random criminals running in and smashing up people's homes. No, they were the neighbors, the kids, the fathers, the brothers of the people who lived there who enforced. If you came into their neighbor and you caused problems, they would deal with you. They were the government. The government didn't like this, and they wanted to do what's called pacification. They wanted to take control of the favelas. They built these big cable cars to get from the ground to the top of these hills. Then they sent in what's called the BOPE with high-powered rifles to start gunning down and removing the de facto government of these areas. The only thing that mattered among those people who lived there was in the belief of who had the ability to exact force with
Paido was
and
that?
now it is the official government of Brazil.
Paido.
In the United States, you have an inversion happening. Regular people are no longer believing in the rule of law, as evidenced by numerous videos of roving bands smashing their way into department stores, stealing whatever they want and leaving. People fighting with police in more and more videos. Leftists will actually do what they call de-arrest. They don't even fear assaulting officers anymore. They get released right away. When the people begin to believe that the police can do nothing and the government can do nothing, the government becomes nothing more than a gang. And my fear is, as I describe it, one day someone shows up to a house with a warrant and the person inside views them as no different than if a guy dressed up like Bugs Bunny showed up. Your badge means nothing, your uniform means nothing, you do not enforce the law. When you get social order breakdown at this level,
really? YouTube blocks
with
it?
Merrick Garland, you're right. He's the highest enforcer of law in the land, and even he breaks the law because there is no law anymore. Simply, they arrest who they want to arrest. They drag Trump, the front runner, into numerous courts. They change the statute of limitations on laws. They actually make new laws so they can sue him for whatever they want. The message is clear. The Democratic Party has done everything in their power to show the American people the law does not apply. It hasn't for the past 10 years, and it will not in the future. What we need now is
I blocked it on the Doe show.
and a show of force from Republicans to say the rule of law
It's
will
hard
be
to see that.
maintained and inherent contempt is that path.
So I'm still kind of, if we're going back to Merrick Garland in Oklahoma City, we can also talk through Eric Holder in Fast and Furious, and
YouTube might
I was
actually
around
have blocked
during all
it.
of that. And what that story is really all about, we're actually starting to find out about now. This was the issue for which Eric Holder was held in contempt, and the real story was a deal between the federal government and the Sinaloa cartel. There are pieces of that that have been made known, and a number of the recent indictments that have come down just in the last couple of weeks are kind of showing the other sides of that. One of them is the use of Chinese financial infrastructure to launder money for the Sinaloa cartel, and then another one that is
he supposedly is
that
the reason
Sinaloa
why
cartel
I'm
was availing themselves of
demonetized.
Israeli technology. And so the role of Israel behaving in totally unconstitutional ways and illegal ways, I mean, the accountability is starting to happen for that. And if we talk about like the legal absurdities of the war on terror, which motivate, I kind of get the sense, your politics and to a great extent mine, these legal absurdities, these going and doing things that we shouldn't be doing, a lot of that has to do with Israel, and now we're finally getting some accountability for that. And I think that's actually a good thing. Like the accountability is coming. A number of Israeli spies have been indicted, including Gal Luft, who was supposed to be at the center of the Republican impeachment effort last year. I mean, this is the entire Hunter Biden laptop affair seems like it was more or less managed by Israeli spies. I am all for legal accountability when it comes to this sort of thing.
The lights just flickered when he said Israeli spies.
He made the electricity upset.
Well,
Assad does not
It's
approve.
their warning. They're like, flicker is power.
And we could talk a little bit more about why that's a crisis. I mean, I'm prepared to talk about it more moderately than some of the people you spar with on Twitter. But
let's actually move on, because 40 minutes is probably enough for the audience at home. But we do have other stories to talk about. We do have this one. The CNN has unveiled how their microphone muting is going to work. Dominic Michael Trippi says CNN is 100% rigging this debate. Here's how the ridiculous microphone setup will work. Check this out.
If we go behind the podiums, you can see two green lights. When they're on, they signal to the candidate his microphone is on. When the green lights are off, they signal to the candidate his microphone is off. Now I want to give you a sense of what it will look like for viewers at home if a candidate whose microphone is off interrupts a candidate whose microphone is on. So I'm standing at one podium, and I'll ask Phil to come in and take the other podium. And so let's say I'm answering a question. My light is green, and I'm speaking. Phil's microphone is off, and his green lights are not illuminated. He's going to interrupt me as I'm speaking, and this is what it will sound like. My volume remains constant, while Phil's interruption can be difficult to understand.
Now, let's try the opposite. My microphone is now on. Victor's microphone is off.
It's like for kindergartners, I guess.
Very much.
Me. My volume remains
Privacy is
constant,
actually
while
what it is.
Victor's interruption can be difficult to understand. Now, CNN's production team has shared this demonstration with the campaigns earlier today, and we're sharing it with you, our viewers, so everyone fully understands how tomorrow night will work. Now, we should note, by agreeing to participate in this debate, both campaigns and candidates have also agreed to abide by these rules. The CNN presidential debate airs live tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern.
I don't think
when?
it matters.
Is it tomorrow
I think
night?
it's going to be moderately tame.
Hey,
I think Trump is
should
going
I
to be
stream
in
it?
line. We saw the debate in
Should that
2020.
be my
It's not gonna
comeback
be
stream?
like
Friday
2016
night
when he
debate?
was saying
Baby,
he'd be in jail and all that
let's
stuff,
get
funny
ready
stuff.
to rumble.
Maybe. But I also think that you see how close they are to each other in this video?
Trump can yell.
It doesn't matter if we can hear Trump or not. Biden can.
Yeah.
And it is very difficult to talk when someone's yelling at you or talking over you. And that's all that matters.
And I also think they're both hot-tempered to a certain extent. Definitely there are reports of Biden being pretty hot-tempered. So even being able to hear someone saying stuff off camera will be distracting and potentially sway any sort of coaching that he's had if he's thinking he's going to spar with Donald Trump directly. And, if we're talking about his mental acuity, if he's easily confused, having someone talk to you while you're trying to make a point is not going to help.
You realize
I wish it were happening
the power
now.
this gives Trump.
I'm ready.
it's the guy whose bloodstream is entirely Adderall and adrenaline versus the guy whose bloodstream is entirely McDouble cheeseburgers from McDonald's. That's kind of what we're looking at, I guess.
Well, I don't.
Pepper too. No, Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
How could you say that?
But just check this out.
Thursday night.
Donald Trump at the podium, and he's saying, "Look,
It's
we're going to have a
fine,
very great immigration policy. It's going to be the best we've ever seen." And I'll tell you. And then they cut his mic off. And then as soon as you see the green lights goes off, He looks over, he goes, Biden, your mother. No one will have heard him say it. And Biden will go, hey, what the, and Trump will just go, whoa, that was what? Cutting off the microphone of Trump doesn't hurt him. It allows him to say things the American people will not hear that will trigger Joe Biden.
It's the you'd be in jail, but now it's just going to be in Joe Biden's ear. Like, we all enjoy the side remarks. On the other hand, it's just going to be Joe Biden, and the moderator's getting more and more deranged and irritated.
What if they cut off Trump's mic and he just starts going, I'm coming for you, Joe. I'm coming for you.
He should do the
He's just
most
gonna go,
disruptive.
He's gonna be like, how's Hunter doing? How's Hunter? Is Hunter okay? Like, he's just going to provoke him in these ways that get really under his skin. I mean, I don't know that he will do this, but these are options
to say that it was
there.
great that you're talking to your granddaughter now.
Trump should do this because nobody will hear him.
Make Phil wear a
and
fucking
Biden
headset.
does not have the mental capacity to
like
handle these kinds of
I
emotional
like seeing his
attacks.
ears.
One of the things about people who are suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia, we assume Biden is in deep senility, is they have a harder time controlling their emotions. If Donald Trump says something like, maybe Biden's in the middle of an answer, and then he says something like Donald Trump convicted felon, and then Trump says audibly to him, and you are the worst father this country has seen. You're a disgrace. Shame on you. Shame on you. Your son's dead.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody on the Biden campaign is probably dreading this moment. That it seems like Trump, is very, very quick on the draw, and it's just everybody's expecting him to eviscerate Uncle Joe.
Well, that's also one of the things that I think works in the Biden campaign's favor, right? I mean, the fact that we're all trying to figure out if Joe Biden can even make it through this tells us that the expectations for him are much lower than they are for Trump. And again, I think, I've said this a couple of times, but I think the best thing Trump could do is to push Joe Biden to answer directly on his record. Are you audibly gasping over there?
No.
Phil thinks I'm boring tonight.
She's got some sort of technique, bruh. Them lips don't have to be thick.
I'm gonna hit him, all
She
right?
makes them like a
Anyways, I
fish
think
mouth.
ultimately the function of the debate is to see these two clash. It's like the long-awaited rematch between two fighters. People really want to see what's going to happen and what's
fuck you. It's going to be great. What are you, Canadian?
And I think really the last 4 years have been marked by the fact that Biden seems to be less with it, and he has a terrible economy, and the border crisis is undeniable. In fact, it is so undeniable, it's one of the major issues in this campaign. Immigration is something people used to stay away from, and now it's front and center. I think it's going to be obvious that Biden can't defend his record, and it's really the emotional aspect of this debate that his campaign is trying to manage.
Tomorrow's going to be wild. I mean, this is history. It's a historical debate. It's outside of the Commission on Presidential Debates. It's the first time, is my understanding, that a president has debated his predecessor in an effort to win, for both of them to win the presidency. We've never had this happen before.
Really?
And Joe Biden is an 81-year-old bumbling dotard, and Donald Trump is a reality TV real estate mogul who eats fast food religiously. I mean, this is
Big Mac King.
Big Mac. Wow. I mean, like, everybody who knows Trump knows he's a fast
No, they
food
don't.
guy.
Shut the fuck up,
it's like you were
Joker.
saying, his blood is Big Macs and Diet Coke.
Don't
And
stick
Joe
your
Biden,
dick in a
you said
fleshlight
Adderall.
or something
Oh, they
while
got
we're
him on
watching.
everything.
Make
I
it
bet he
something
gets stem
special.
cells. I bet he gets NAD plus. I bet what was the Myers? The Myers.
Get some
protocol
special
whatever?
lube or something
It's a
for the
vitamin drip.
occasion. You got 24
Just like
hours,
tons
bro.
of
Hurry
B12.
up.
Oh yeah. Sure,
It's gonna be
for
worth
sure.
it.
I bet he's got a blood boy.
It's funny how many people actually are like
Get yourself
assume
a
this.
blood
Like I was
boy.
talking to, like I said, I was talking to Connor from Counterpoints earlier today, and he was like, "Oh yeah, he's going to have about an hour of whatever where he's going to be all hopped up, blah blah blah, and then after that it's going to be all downhill." I feel like that's
Trump versus Biden. This is something special. Biden's a little
It'd be really
retarded.
hilarious if just like
You know what I mean?
halfway
So-
through the debate, you see Biden just with something in his leg, and then he goes,
Yeah. Do you have it
His
attached to
IQ
your
levels
desk?
dilate, and he's like,
My
"All right,
man,
let's go."
And
Velcro.
hypothetically, they're not allowed to
Quick
bring props
release.
on stage, so they have to sneak it
an
past the
EpiPen.
moderator.
Yeah,
An
not too
EpiPen is
quick.
not a prop.
Okay, for his
it's
ads.
actually working.
No, I mean, the other thing that I found really interesting is that they can't interact with their campaign staff in the commercial breaks. So there's 90 minutes, two commercial breaks, and they both just have to,
90 minutes, huh?
stand there?
Well, one thing that makes that interesting is that Joe Biden and President Trump, President Biden and President Trump. I should have the same standard for both. They both have better instincts than the people around them. I think that's basically true. I mean, Joe Biden, you can say that he's somewhat calculating and amoral, but like the guy knows about power. He knows how it works, and he knows what's going to like help him win. His abilities seem to be in decline. But one of the things that frustrates me a whole lot about this moment is each side is not really hitting the other in a way that really works. If Joe Biden wanted to hit President Trump in a way that worked, I would hit him by saying that President Trump doesn't actually want to solve immigration. And the reason for that is, you know, if you look at the technologies at play here, if you look at all of the kind of absurd backbiting of his first term to consolidate the restrictionist kind of sensibility behind Stephen Miller, like all of that, I mean, Stephen Miller was famous for sandbagging other restrictionists in the executive branch. And so, you know, Trump letting that go on is to me a sign that he doesn't actually want to solve the problem. And likewise, if Trump wants to hit Biden in a way that hurts, Republicans are not willing to say and really hit Biden hard, hit the Democrats hard where they're really failing, which is that Joe Biden is failing to rein in the Netanyahu regime or the Netanyahu crime syndicate, if you prefer. It is Joe Biden's biggest failure. While our bombs rain down on Gaza, Republicans are silent and they're not hitting the opposition in the way that they ought to be.
It's too esoteric for the average person watching CNN.
Dead babies aren't esoteric.
No, these issues are absolutely too esoteric for the average person.
I don't think that's true at all.
You look at polling. What are the two biggest issues Gallup's got right now?
I mean, the polling shows that America's general pro-Israel sensibility has declined by a notable amount.
That doesn't even measure anywhere on the top charts of what matters most to Americans.
People care about ethnic cleansings.
Yeah, people care about that, but when you ask the average person, list your priorities, they don't mention Israel.
Well, I think in a lot of cases they aren't allowed to know what's really going on. But
well, that's besides that still doesn't affect anything. That my point was, I said this is too esoteric for the average person. Honestly, the reason why
paying
Trump
for an ethnic cleansing isn't esoteric. Your taxpayer
literally
dollars.
is. Like you just saying it's not esoteric does not change the fact the average person has no idea what you're talking about.
We just had a half-an-hour discussion about an obscure constitutional maneuver.
Absolutely esoteric, 100%.
Okay.
We are not at a presidential debate talking about how to sway middle-of-the-road voters who don't know the record for Biden or Trump.
I mean, this is the biggest albatross around Biden's neck. It's causing enormous fissures in the Democratic coalition.
Only among
the way to exploit them is to say that Biden is too weak. That's the absolute standard attack line of an opposition party. You say that the guy in power is weak, and
that's not esoteric.
It's not
saying
esoteric.
Something simple and generic and lowest common denominator. This guy's too weak. Look at him. He's a weak old man.
He's weak on the Netanyahu regime.
That's getting too complicated for the average person.
I think that's nonsense.
They can't even point to where Israel is on the map. They can't even point to where Ukraine is on the map.
Well, these evangelicals sure love it a whole lot.
But you're talking about a minority population. You ask the average person.
I mean, they're Republican-based voters.
Ask the average person where Iraq and Afghanistan is. They can't find it on the map. And the funny thing is, most of them don't even know. The average person who can even tell you about the slight nuances of Iraq and Afghanistan won't even be able to tell you that, in fact, Iran's right in the middle. I mean, that's fairly obvious to anybody who paid attention to the Bush years about what we were doing with our military bases. This stuff is over the head of the average person.
I respect your point of view that we stand for the people, but they're dumb as shit. I really love that. I as a sort of an elitist guy, I kind of agree with it.
Saying something is esoteric is quite literally the opposite of you demeaning and insulting them. Me saying if you're trying to speak to the average person, you have to meet them where they are is very different from you saying, haha, you think they're all dumb as shit.
Well, I think they're smart enough to know what their tax dollars are going to.
Yeah, most of them don't.
I think
smart enough and having knowledge are two completely different things. Right? I mean, you clearly are a very elitist individual who is very concerned about Israel and thinks the average person lives in the same world you do.
Do you think the average person wants their tax dollars being spent on bombs that kill children?
Absolutely not. And you know what? The issue
just told
there
them.
is not, hey, Israel, Netanyahu, and Gaza, because they're going to go, I don't know where that is. But the issue is, we shouldn't spend money on foreign war. And they'll go, that I understand.
I think this is just you not being willing to talk about Israel.
No, I think you are obsessed. And if you look at any of the polling and the top issues, Israel doesn't register. But you live in a world where you think it does, and you're refusing to accept that. Do you think this I refer to as Israel derangement syndrome?
I don't think it's... Look... my point of view on this is actually quite moderate, but I do think that it matters. Like, we need to rein in.
Said it didn't.
We need to rein in Israel for the benefit of Israel.
I think we should stop spending money on all the foreign wars and stop funding all these foreign enterprises.
It's not even that simple. Like, Israel has been, even before October 7th, was going through a constitutional crisis, and
I don't care about Israel at all. Like, you bringing up Israel's constitution is like saying the Marshmallow Man from My Little Pony turned blue. I don't care.
There are several 100,000 people in Israel who vote in American
You're
elections,
welcome, Joker.
and some of them in rather important states that are often very close. I mean, it matters.
They're American citizens.
Sure, yeah.
You're talking.
But,
so
if I were an American citizen who lived in the West Bank, what would be the number one issue you voted on? Your security.
How many Canadian?
I think that's
how
normal.
many Canadian dual citizens are there? And how many of them are influencing our politics, particularly in Hollywood? Isn't Seth Rogen a Canadian?
I'm Canadian. I'm a dual citizen. I'm
Hey,
influencing
we got a
politics.
problem here. We got dual citizens
No,
here.
I think the real issue with the Israel-Palestine thing, for the debate at least, is yes, that people are unwilling to talk about it as an issue, and also that it has become a major issue for young activists in America.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but some of them. I think this is the major. I actually personally think this is the reason why there's not a live audience at the debate, because they are too afraid that there will be protesters who are going to bring this issue up. And
Trump's gonna laugh.
That's the thing. There's no audience because they're unpredictable. They don't know where they'll fall, and they know at this point that this has become an issue that is siphoning voters away from Biden. There are reasons that people voted no confidence or someone else in a primary where Joe Biden's the incumbent and no one's challenging him.
Do you think that the average American is against the idea of supporting Israel?
It's just not that simple. I would argue that what I think should be done is pro-Israel. So, like, what I'm trying to say is that the U.S. has a role to play in stabilizing what's happening in Israel. Israel, before October 7th, was going through a constitutional crisis. In general, the country is drifting into the Chinese and Russian orbit. If that continues, that poses risks to American Jews. That's bad, and we need to actually act to rein them in. And nobody's willing to say that right now. And it's a really sinister deferral of responsibility. In general, I think, like a lot of these activist lefty types, they say some unfortunate things, but their hearts are in the right place. But their biggest problem is that they make it all about Zionism. If I were a Jew living in Israel, I would be a Zionist. And like, I think it's just like a perfectly normal and healthy nationalist sensibility. They want to embark on a collective project. But we need to just, in this moment, it's not about being pro-Israel or not. It's about how we want this relationship to be.
What about our relationship with Saudi Arabia?
I think that there's an even better case for cutting ties there.
So do you think the American people care more about Israel or Saudi Arabia?
Definitely Israel.
Why Israel?
All sorts of bonds of affection, the fact that our technological infrastructure is intertwined.
Well, I mean, like, as I understand, I agree with you on that. Like, there are Israeli dual citizens, less so with Saudis. But I mean, like, as it pertains to the domestic policy of the United States, with foreign spending and foreign interference and foreign treaties, which issue do you think affects the American people more and they'd be more interested to hear about, Israel or Saudi Arabia?
Definitely Israel.
Why?
Because of the, I think a lot of evangelicals care quite a bit about Israel for all sorts of strange and, I would argue,
it's really bad.
Wow. Well, the power
rather heretical theological reasons. And then also Jews for, sort of ethnocentric reasons.
How many people
care a lot
is that?
about
between evangelicals and the Jews?
Many tens of millions.
Tens of millions in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of evangelicals.
Yeah, I'm just asking you the number.
And I think, evangelicals, their problem is that they just don't think about this in a sophisticated enough way. Like, what needs to happen is, even to preserve a U.S.-Israel relationship, we need to act to rein them in. There are people in the streets every day protesting Netanyahu's government. There are hundreds of thousands of them.
So you said that you think that because we're not reining them in, that's pushing Israel into China and Russia's orbit?
That's right. Can
you expand on that?
The Israeli right has a number of huge Russia problems. A lot of Russian Jews are involved on the Israeli right. And then in 2017, Benjamin Netanyahu said, Israel makes the perfect junior partner to China. Now think that through a little bit. I mean, if Israel becomes essentially a client state of China, every Zionist in the United States becomes a security risk.
Sure.
that is a eventuality that we should do almost anything to avoid, because that's the moment things actually do become dangerous for Jews. When being anti-Israel or anti-Zionist becomes coterminous with being anti-China, that's when things get dangerous. And like my argument is that we need to act right now to prevent that from happening. And also, Netanyahu's a criminal.
What policy or prescription do you think the United States should do to prevent that?
I think the Israel lobby should be subject to the Foreign Agents Registration Act, a number of the key organizations.
Do you know,
in general, Israel flouts foreign influence laws more than any other.
So
do you know
how
what
does that deter China? One second. How does that deter China? Sorry.
Because it forces them to be more of a vassal of the United States.
So I want to explain. This is why I call it Israel derangement syndrome. So I don't care for anyone's particular ideology, their pet peeves or personal issues that they think are the most important. I care about what can we look in aggregate data. I don't think it's fair. Shout out to David Pakman when he makes a video saying his disapproval rating skyrockets and he finds a singular poll to back up his ideas. At the same time he made that video, at the time, I made a video where I said Trump's approval rating is better than ever based on aggregate polling, where we try to assess as much information as possible and find that data. When you go to Gallup, which is numerous months where they've been tracking this, there are many, many issues that outweigh. In fact, Israel isn't even a single issue on the chart.
Did they poll on it?
They did, and it bundled up with Middle Eastern war. In fact, the federal deficit...
They know more than we do.
The federal deficit rates higher among the interests of the American people than Middle Eastern conflict does, at 5%. We can take a look at the cost of living and the economy in general at 12
That's true until there's a Middle Eastern conflict.
And there is. And so you have government poor leadership in the current month at 21%, immigration at 18%, poverty at 6%, abortion at 4%, elections at 4%, unifying the country at 4%, ethics, more religious family decline at 3%, foreign policy at 3%. Maybe we can add foreign policy and war in the Middle East and make that 6%, and still immigration and economics dramatically outweigh that as an issue. So going back to the main point, if Donald Trump wants to actually win over voters, the issues he should focus on are going to be immigration and the economy. And particularly the number one issue, Biden's failing mental acuity, which is currently number one and actually was number one 5 months ago. But immigration was number one for 3 months in April, March, and February, according to Gallup. Gallup may be wrong as a single point of data, but using this source, these are the issues that people generally care about. Typically, the other polling we've seen didn't list government poor leadership at number one, which is why this one was surprising to me. Immigration tends to be the number one issue because immigration ties to everything else. But Israel isn't even on the map.
I mean, the fact is, if immigration is going to be handled by Onderil and Stephen Miller and these sorts of people, it's not going to be fixed.
That's not the conversation.
Something
we're having.
else needs to happen if Trump is going to be credible.
So if we're talking about at the debate, what can Biden say? What can Trump say? It has nothing to do with that conversation about who's going to be running it. The question is, what will Trump or Biden say that will win over voters? The big weakness Biden has right now is that, according to Gallup, one of the biggest concerns, the biggest concern right now is poor leadership in government. And that is something Trump can easily attack on. If Trump gets ultra specific on, the reason I ask about Saudi Arabia is that over 100,000 people have been killed in Yemen in the past, I think, 5 years? Yep. And that never comes up. Saudi Arabia recently, the petrodollar deal, the 50-year deal, expired. That's over, and they're not re-upping. So now they're starting to do deals in rubles and yuan. That never comes up. That is a bigger threat to the American economy and the American people than anything pertaining to Israel. That's why I mentioned that. And still, I will say this. If Donald Trump on the debate stage says, under Joe Biden's watch, the Saudi petrodollar deal has ended without an extension or a plan, the American people are going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter to me, and it will win over no voters, despite being probably the most important issue affecting the U.S. outside of perhaps escalation into World War III with Russia. Like, if we're talking about what's going to happen to this country, you've got a handful of things that really matter. The petrodollar deal expiring with Saudi Arabia means China's going to start buying and selling oil in Chinese currency. And the U.S. doesn't manufacture enough to bolster its economy outside of producing dollars in the Federal Reserve. Without that deal, Saudi Arabia can dump oil into the market, undercutting the U.S. and destroying our economy, which is why we used to beg Saudi Arabia not to pump oil. And then Saudi Arabia, getting mad at the U.S. administration, whichever it may be, would be like, we're going to pump pump some oil into the global market, and it's going to screw over your numbers. That matters dramatically because we're talking about mass inflation, standard of living dropping dramatically because the whole system of petrodollar economics in the United States is built on U.S. military power. Without that deal with Saudi Arabia, and it's not the only thing that matters, but it's one of the most important, our economy is undercut. Then you can look at immigration. Then you can look at civil disorder and social decay at the government level and these various issues. These things matter the most, but are so far, they are so esoteric and so in the weeds, the average person is going to be completely lost if you try and bring it up to them.
Yeah, I suppose so. Letting the petrodollar agreement expire is probably desired by somebody if you favor like a green energy transition. It is true that an oil-based economic system is underwritten by American military power. It would also be true that a green energy-based economic system would be underwritten by American military power. You're just talking about metals instead of fossil fuels. I mean, it's still necessary to get the metals to produce a battery. This is, letting that expire is probably part of like a long.
Well, where do we get those metals?
They come from all over, but
Greenland.
Africa is quite important.
And Afghanistan.
Lithium. Africa is probably more important, but yeah.
And who's developing in Africa?
Everyone is.
Well, China.
Yes.
China's the dominant force investing, and there's a really funny meme actually where I don't know if it's a real conversation, but it's presenting the idea where an African guy said, whenever the British come here, they give us lectures, and whenever China comes here, they give us roads and money, and then the guy responds with, "What do you think is attached to those roads and money?" And they go, "Oh, here we go with the lecture again."
Right.
They don't care.
I mean, yeah.
It will serve China's interests if China builds them roads and hospitals and wells.
It's all debt-based development.
Absolutely.
And so what that will lead to in the long run is a government burdened by that amount of debt will eventually fall. And that might even be a good thing for American interests.
It won't fall if it's backed up by military hegemony. That's the American model right now, and it's starting to fail.
The U.S. is not going to defend a government that's falling because it's overloaded with Chinese debt. Quite the opposite. Right. We'll encourage that.
If in the end of this economic shift we're seeing between the U.S. and China wins, China's debt's meaningless. Ain't nobody going to enforce the debt against China when China's in control of global military power.
Yeah, I mean, I think attempts will be made to take those mines away from them before that happens.
To take the countries away from China?
Yeah.
Right now,
I mean, Africa is a battlefield, and it will continue to be so.
South America is too, and China's expanding rapidly. The Nicaraguan Canal was a huge story 10 years ago. China abandoned that, however, but they were going to destroy a massive aquifer, a major water source in Nicaragua, just to compete with the Panama Canal, and then they ended up abandoning the project. We were at a serious, maybe it's true always that there's always a major turning point in global politics, but right now it's a precipice, especially with Russia, Ukraine, and Yemen and Iran and Saudi Arabia and all of these things. The shape of the world in the next 10 years could be dramatically different from what anyone alive today has ever experienced or would expect to actually happen. And the scary thing about it is gradually then suddenly. We're all sitting here thinking, we can order our MacBooks from China off cheap labor for $1,000. But if the petrodollar system collapses, that laptop's going to cost you 10 grand. You try to make it, you're going to start, they'll bring manufacturing back, but you'll get a dark period for 10, 20 years before they can reset the economy. I think that's what Trump's vision was with securing our borders and bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. Get a jump start on it now before it's too late. Let's do this, though. Let's jump to the story. This one you'll like. The Post-Millennial. New York Times blames pro-Israel money for Jamal Bowman's loss, then abruptly changes headline. We also have AOC taking aim at AIPAC after Bowman's loss. This is big news. The group, which has historically funded more Republicans than Democrats and rarely spent on Democratic primaries, spent at least $14.5 million against Bowman. Quote,
chump change.
This is about $20 million in big money being spent in a historic sum, unlike any seen in American history, point blank, period. AOC told reporters from the Capitol on Wednesday. I think we need to have a real conversation about AIPAC. I think that we We do need to have a real conversation about is, a typo, a Republican, primarily Republican and largely Republican-financed organization playing and dumping money and playing an extremely divisive role in the Democratic Party. So right now, there are a lot of people on the right who are defending Bowman having lost because AIPAC spent I believe it's a record amount of money in a congressional race.
And I think they probably didn't need to. The story with Bowman is that he was redistricted, and Bowman is the sort of guy who's going to do great in the Bronx, but he's not going to do so great in Scarsdale. And so, you know, AIPAC is important.
Is he trying to flick
there's
boogers off
more to
his
the story
fingers?
here.
What's he doing?
I think that it's not quite as simple as it's just AIPAC. But in general, AIPAC, it is true that AIPAC is a powerful lobby group. They're one of them. I think they're probably up there with, you know, most powerful. They're powerful. I don't think anyone denies that.
Yeah, this story has always been really interesting to me because the redistricting aspect, but also, you know,
he does that every time.
A lot of the media is talking about it like the more progressive candidate, Bowman, lost to a more moderate Democrat.
Are you putting that meat in your mouth?
And people might not think that label totally
putting that
fits,
meat in your mouth?
but it does seem like it's reflective of a conversation that's being held within the Democratic Party about the influences that are impacting their races, as opposed to a typical race that we think of where it's Republican versus Democrat. Because this is a primary, it's more of a chance for Democrats to evaluate, you know, where the money is coming from and what values they are looking to elect to Congress.
Yeah, and Latimer hardly seems like, you know, the sort of, if I were a young person, he's not exactly somebody I would be enthusiastic about voting for. I mean, he looks like one of those fancy Japanese goldfish with the googly eyes.
I'm trying to look up the spending from AIPAC on Open Secrets, and it doesn't come up.
I mean, I don't get the sense that. So I wasn't aware of the redistricting with Bowman, but I kind of get the sense that a lot of his problem was that he didn't go door to door in Westchester. Like he wasn't going up to try and
he always had part of Westchester, from what I understand.
Yeah, there's a really toxic thing about some of these sort of celebrity Democrats is that the star power is going to carry them through, and I think that's, you know,
I mean,
maybe a little hubris there.
He specifically said that he made he was giving thanks to Dearborn, which is clearly because of the progressives in Dearborn, the attitude in
you guys want to have some Dinar therapy here?
Situation in Gaza and Israel. And I think that the Jewish population of Westchester just wasn't having it. And then you throw that on top of it, where he is, you know, he's got the brain of a shoe. Because everyone knew that the pulling of the fire alarm was, you know, he did it. There was no covering that out there. So I think that I got the sense that it was a combination of he embarrassed the Democrats and he had the issue with the population of Westchester. I don't know that the redistricting had as big a significance as anyone else. So if you want to go ahead and enlighten me, I'd be welcome to hear it.
His district now contains it's a lot more kind of northerly focused.
Shit, I'm making a mess, y'all.
That's basically it. And the new map dropped like not all that long ago.
Yeah. I mean, the thought is that he lost a section of the Bronx that he had before, which means that he lost a certain amount of support there. That, especially if you're saying you know he irritated people. If there's a large Jewish community in Westchester and they are now irritated with him because of his comments or anything else, it makes him more vulnerable than just a traditional primary matchup because of the geopolitical influence on American politics this year. Yeah, I don't know.
So I guess nobody cares about AIPAC. So.
I mean, from my perspective, I know AIPAC gets a lot of attention, but if you look at the race, you know, just a handful of races. So the Jamal Bowman one, yes, Jamal Bowman lost, and AIPAC spent money. But you look at the Kentucky race with Thomas Massey. They weren't able to unseat Thomas Massey, and people say, "Oh, well,
spent money against Massey."
AIPAC spent a lot of money.
Yeah, one point that I would make.
Hold on, let me finish. He said, you know, it's like they went after him. Now, granted, some people will say he's an incumbent, and so that's why. And there's validity to that. But still, if AIPAC was as powerful, the money that AIPAC spent, they should be able to unseat him. Furthermore, in Texas, there was I forget the number of the district, but it was Tony Gonzalez versus. Brendan Herrera, and Brendan Herrera lost by 400 votes against an incumbent, and the incumbent was backed by AIPAC. So as much as people like to make remarks about AIPAC and talk about AIPAC money, I honestly don't think that AIPAC has the kind of juice that people like to see. The backing that people say. I think that and especially when you look at the left, they're blaming AIPAC, and ignoring Jamal Bowman's own personal failures. They're ignoring the redistricting. They're ignoring the fact that he didn't get out, and it's just an easy scapegoat. Oh, AIPAC, and it becomes a lazy man's reason for losing, especially in an age when people like to hate on Jews and hate on Israel.
Go ahead.
No.
I think in general you're right that Republicans have a better record of standing up to their establishments than Democrats do. But if I were to make kind of the case against AIPAC here, I've seen some kind of there are a lot of really smart right of center guys that are kind of thinking through how to negotiate this. And
I have no problem with limiting AIPAC's ability to affect it. I have no problem with registering or whatever. That's fine with me too. It's not like I'm pro AIPAC. I just one day.
Well, let me explain why the way that they fit into the ecosystem has been a little bit strange in the last couple of months. It's not that AIPAC is powerful that it ought to, if you ask me, register. It's that AIPAC formerly had. So I mean, AIPAC is full of, that old joke about Jews is two Jews, three opinions, right? And so there is a lot of disagreement among donors, and the way that they paper that over is that AIPAC has sort of made the decision that we're not going to the way we're going to present ourselves in the United States is to support what the Israeli government wants. And it's that formal papering over of the disagreements, more or less on behalf of the Israeli government and like agreeing to represent their position, that effectively, if you ask me, makes them a foreign lobby. Even if most of the donors are not Israeli, they're American Jews. And moreover, I would argue that point of view, that kind of bargain, that the way that they avoid airing the disagreements in public, the reason why it started to break down, and it was breaking down before October 7th, and in some ways October 7th served to consolidate a lot of American Jewish opinion. But before that, Israel was going through a constitutional crisis. What was happening was a lot of lawyers wanted to do in Israel what was successfully done through FedSoc to the American judiciary. And the problem is there are a whole lot of other checks and balances in the American system that if you really limit judicial power, everything's probably going to be okay. If you do it in like a highly majoritarian state of 9 million people that feels constantly besieged, that's going to tend in a direction that's like somewhat volatile. And so if you're going through a constitutional crisis by definition means we don't know who the government is. There are fights, and the different branches of government are fighting with each other. And so from AIPAC's perspective is, what Israeli government perspective are we speaking for here? Are we speaking for the left that's against Bibi's judicial reforms? Are we speaking for the maximalism of the Israeli right? And there's no way for them to kind of speak to that. And October 7th, gave the Israel lobby certainly something to rally around. But I think the big mistake right off the bat, and now the IDF spokesmen are starting to concede it, which is that completely eliminating Hamas is probably not a realistic goal.
The ideology of Hamas.
I'm sorry, getting rid of Hamas is not a realistic goal, you said?
Completely eliminating it. And if you're, the fact is, that's what they started to say off the bat, and now even an IDF spokesman is conceding it's probably not in the cards. And right after October 7th, when emotions were running high, that was a very difficult thing to say. But this is sort of the course these things normally take. So this is kind of there are limitations to AIPAC's formally, sort of formal bargain to only support what the Israeli government is doing, both in terms of the way it obscures what's actually possible when it comes to fighting Hamas, and because it obscures what's actually going on in Israeli politics, which is well reported in the Israeli media. I think that more certainly conservatives should read the Israeli newspapers. I think for a lot of evangelicals, certainly the Israel that they love exists only in their minds.
Shall we? We'll squeeze in one last lighter segment here because I want to. It's from Mediaite. Painfully cringe, anti-woke cartoon starring Dave Rubin and featuring Elon Musk deemed one of the worst things ever made. Elon Musk is not in it. It's a drawing of Elon Musk. And this show called The New Norm has like 8 million views on X. Everyone's sharing it because they hate it so much. And so we played a little bit of it last night. But it's interesting.
Could have sworn it just heard a cat fight just now too, right before he showed up.
And here you go.
And Sweet Pea just came to me and laughed.
Progress. It's the new norm.
Now she laughed.
Okay, so for those that are just listening, he grabbed a beer can and it's got a rainbow on it. That's it.
I'm the old norm. I want normal beer.
Almost had a what? It's just...
Okay, so he's under house arrest because he went to a school board meeting and yelled because they're indoctrinating his daughter. And then Dave Rubin is a non-binary guy. And, this brings up an interesting question around
real
attempts
show?
at building culture. Because everyone has basically said this is the worst thing they've ever seen.
Yeah.
But, I don't want to discourage people from trying.
I have opinions on this. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, if you're going to build culture, trying to build culture that caters to one political group is probably not the best idea. Like, everybody that listens to All That Remains and pays attention to
I wonder if Mama Cat told her there's some leftover back there.
I've been, partial to libertarian politics or conservative opinions
They
and
watch
stuff.
out
They
for
know
each
that I'm
other.
not particularly conservative socially, but they have an idea, right? But
Oh, she
All That
left 2
Remains,
pieces.
as a band, I don't get on stage and talk about anything political. And other people in the band have very different views. And I think the important thing about building culture is to be able to welcome people that disagree. That is one of the fundamental pillars of the United States is you can disagree just so long as we can exist peacefully together. We don't have to have the same opinions. We don't have to agree all the time. And I think that as much as it's important to make places that are acceptable for right-leaning opinions, it's more important, in my opinion, to make places that are acceptable for right-wing opinions that don't exclude people that are not exclusively right-wing.
This show,
I thought it was Mel too.
and this is their like mini pilot, so who knows? But it's basically
saw the
just
balls
a whole
right now?
bunch of, hey, here's a thing that happened. Here's another thing that happened. Here's another thing that happened. And it's just like, none of it is actual jokes. It's just showing you things that you may have seen.
Or you didn't see the balls right now?
Well, that's not a sitcom, I guess. It's a laugh track telling you when to laugh. But this is...
I was hoping somebody else could see the balls too. So
I
you
once
could
went to McDonald's.
experience
and
that.
I wanted to get an Oreo McFlurry. And
love.
a classic. And the dude who was working
the nuts
in this McFlurry machine thought he was being real nice. And so he dumped a load of Oreos, just went nuts with it. Like, people like it with that. I'm like, I can't eat this. It's basically just Oreo crumbs. Like, they think by jamming as much Oreo in there. So this whole thing is just like, remember, woke stuff? Woke stuff, woke stuff? Okay. You want to make culture. I don't want to rag on you. I want to support you. Do it.
Come here.
But this is it's an obvious mistake. Here's my recommendation for what the show should have been. It should have been a normal family. It should have been a daughter in high school. She's not woke. The guy's not under house arrest. The neighbor should be woke. The neighbor should be friends with the family. Should introduce weird scenarios that get the family into some hijinks. And the moral at the end is the family ultimately decides the woke thing isn't working because it's kind of weird or causes them problems. Then it's our kooky woke neighbor. What a weirdo. And you're creating culture that will be
should be
understandable
called
and
Tim Knows Everything.
relatable to by regular
Something
people.
like
That makes wokeness look like an other. Many people are calling this a psyop, and they're saying the intention is to show the old stodgy man out of touch with the young people, and the young people with establishment authority are actually normal, and he's not. That's why it's called the new norm.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of animated shows or anything like that, so I'm not sure I'm the best person to criticize this. I think generally I prefer art and cultural projects that are kind of more subtle, right? I mean, there is a history of political cartooning where you're kind of calling things out more directly, and so maybe this is the modern version of that. But generally, I think that there's a level of like, you want there to be a room for interpretation. You want people to be, you don't want to have to be able, you don't want people to like know the joke you're making before you make it, right? We kind of all know what
There's no
the
jokes in
end goal
this.
is. That's what I mean, though. It's
There's
like,
not a single joke.
oh, your daughter's getting corrupted. Oh, the beer has the rainbow flag on it. Like, there's a level of like, I kind of know what's being said. There's nothing creative there.
Real quick. In the show, the dude is sitting in his chair with a beer next to him. Then he is surprised by the beer that he bought and put next to him. Like the right, and then there's when the Dave Rubin character walks in. He's like, who's he? And the wife is like, the judge agreed to conditional parole. And he goes, what condition? Like, what do you mean, what condition? You were there. You were in court. What is this writing?
Yeah, the writing is something that probably is where the biggest problem is. You essentially see this kind of stuff done properly with South Park. And the South Park guys know it's like, this happened so
Sound the alarm.
This happened and then this happened and this happened. It's this happened so they had to, or it's because of that they did this, and that's the way your story makes sense. But if it's just, reference a thing in woke culture, reference another thing in woke culture, reference another thing in woke culture, you're not going to make something compelling. You're not telling a story. And like I said, the guys in South Park have got a lock on this to make current things and make them relatable to people that may not have the same.
I just got to point this out. In the article, it says, the show did receive some praise, however. Bill Maher described the show as brilliant.
He was high.
According to the New Norm's official website. No, he didn't do this. Bill Maher didn't call it brilliant.
Okay.
He didn't. I feel bad for you. That they are besmirching your good name. In fact, I think...
Are you confirming that Bill Maher never actually said that?
I can confirm this, yes.
You asked him?
No, I don't need to ask him because I went to the New Norm's website.
Oh, I see.
And I looked up. Oh, it's there. There. Let's see. What does that say? You want to read that? Read it in full, Phil? Having a hard time there, huh?
Real-time host.
No, you got to get in the microphone.
Brilliant. Bill Maher, real-time host.
Oh, speaking of shows creators' previous work.
Nice.
Oh, my
This
goodness.
has got to be a prank or something. Like, this was made by some leftist who tricked Larry Elder, Dave, and...
Oh, my goodness.
And being in it. Yeah. Like, because this just makes... Oh, man. I got a text from Seamus Coughlin the other day, and he was like, we've got to make something, dude. This is so bad.
I'm going to come back. He's great.
Yeah.
He's fun.
Freedom Tunes is hilarious.
Okay,
I was talking about Freedom Tunes earlier today because I'm like,
I'm back,
here's a funny one
guys.
that Seamus did.
Why is it so small now?
Ta-Nehisi Coates, I think his name
She
was
never
several years
said
ago.
that.
He's drawing a comic, and he makes the Red Skull, the Nazi character in Captain America, presenting his rules for life. And it's very clearly that they depicted Red Skull as Jordan Peterson, as one and the same. And Jordan Peterson was like, what the bloody hell? Like, what? Like, they're making him the Red Skull. So Seamus says, okay, let's roll with this. So he makes a cartoon where the Red Skull's evil plan is to get young men to clean their rooms and repair their relationships with their fathers. And it ends with the Avengers sitting down for a lecture from the Red Skull. Like, that's the natural conclusion. It's funny. He presents it in a funny way with jokes in between. This is, it breaks my heart. I'm hoping it was a legitimate attempt at making humor or whatever. It didn't work. And, ooh, it's bad.
Yes, you did.
Now,
You did.
I'm wondering,
Can we just stop trying to make Dave Rubin happen? Yeah, Dave Rubin's not happening.
I don't understand why Dave is in it. Like, did someone reach out to him and he said, like, I don't know. Because, like, I get pitches all the time. I just throw them in the garbage. You know what I mean?
I like to give Dave the benefit of the doubt and be like, he's out there trying.
He does a lot. You know what I mean? And I'm wondering who made this because there's no information on who made it anywhere. The Twitter account doesn't list anybody.
They've got a bunch of Cal Arts graduates locked in a basement somewhere and chained to a radiator. And yeah, that's probably what it is.
I will point out, however, there's one clue. Maybe you can figure this out. Because whoever made this... Wait. Oh, this is the wrong website. Whoever made this is followed by Dave Rubin. See this? Rubin Report follows you. I suppose I could literally just ask Dave who made it, but that would be a lot of work, to be completely honest, for something I don't care that much about. Criticizing the show makes me feel bad because we want people to build parallel culture and challenge this. But a lot of people are ragging on the Daily Wire's Mr. Burcham as well for being the same thing. I've not seen it. Have you guys seen it?
I haven't seen it.
I've seen some pilots.
I think there's a danger in when we say we want to make a parallel culture, right? That doesn't mean that we're copy pasting and changing the colors of the things that already exist in culture. Like when you say you want to be like the South Park of whatever, like that doesn't mean you actually are trying to literally rip off South Park, because you won't be able to, right? It's already established. People love it. It has a structure that people are going for. You have to be able to say, okay, I want to work in cartoons, I want to work in animation, but I'm going to come up with my own thing.
And there's a way in which the parallel culture, or we need, sort of an alternative conservative ecosystem, runs the risk of throwing people into bed with some unscrupulous characters. There's the Neugebauer lawsuit that just broke a couple of days ago.
I can make it the
this
best.
Guy who was running this app called Glorify, which was like an anti-woke marketplace online, is now suing his previous backers, some of whom were notable Silicon Valley figures. And what it looks like is there are a couple of these anti-woke marketplaces competing, and the one that was sort of blessed by the Silicon Valley financiers was Public Square, and that one's sort of taking off. And Glorify by Neugebauer, who's sort of evangelical, close to Texas oil and gas, he's the one who got kind of thrown under the bus, and now he's upset and he's suing about it. And so who runs the parallel economy? These are
let's not give our secrets. It's not like
to ask. Yeah.
So someone super chatted saying to go to the Wayback Machine. There's way more there, and I did. And now we I think there's more information. John Ratzenberger is the voice of the guy. I don't know what this is. Was this like a funding campaign? Oh, look at this. There's scripts available. This is so weird. Like, what is this? Maybe they scrubbed it because they're embarrassed, but they got like 8 or 9 million views on it. We'll do some digging. Norm, the grumpy dad, Janice, the mom and counselor, Chloe, the woke wannabe. Who is this? Chaz, the woke warrior, Charlie the boss, and Billy, the emotional support dog. Genius.
Not a boss anymore, though. He got switched to being like the friend, it seems like.
Brilliant. Bill Maher. Did you see that? They actually wrote that.
That was epic.
Bill Maher.
I say that.
They're dragging you
through
this
2.5 out of 10.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to Super Chats.
2.5
so
out
if you
of
haven't
10.
already, would you kindly
I just
smash
need a
that
little
like
bit more
button,
work to
subscribe
make it a
to
3.
Head over to timcast.com. Click join us. Become a member. If you'd like to watch the members-only call-in show coming up at 10 p.m.
Not too
I'll tell you
bad.
this. Our plans for tomorrow night. Let me give you the update. So I've had numerous phone calls with and conversations, DMs and such, with many other channels about their intentions for the show, the debate tomorrow.
I did check it out. What do you mean 3 hours of that nonsense?
Is that CNN has no legal grounds.
What the heck is the sound in the beginning of it? I don't like the beginning of it. It's whatever that is.
It's an absurd claim they're going to try and make.
It's distracting.
However, at least in one instance, the legal advice was the presumption is that CNN is collapsing. Their ratings are in the gutter. They're bleeding money, and they're in a panic, desperate state. They likely will take whatever action imaginable, for just because they have to. It's why you don't try to, you got when you're trying to rescue someone who's drowning, you got to come from behind and lift them, otherwise they will drown you. And so that's what the concern is. The concern is that CNN's going to file live takedowns on every single channel that tries to provide fact-checking commentary and criticism on the debate. Now here's the problem. YouTube's an automated system, and they don't want to be involved. So they just allow people to do whatever they want. If you are live streaming and you get a DMCA complaint, not only does your show end, so there's not going to be a show to restore. It's just gone. They destroy it. You are banned. You are suspended from streaming for 7 days. I've spoken to a few channels, and they said, I can't risk that. Like, we do live streams. If we get taken down, we're off the air for a week on YouTube. Like, that's crazy. And so a lot of people are saying they want to do like side by side. So it's like, turn on the debate, then turn on our show and listen. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Our plan right now, and we had this discussion, we are going to be streaming on X, YouTube, and Rumble. I talked to YouTube already. They're unhappy with this. It seems that CNN is directly targeting YouTube. So CNN has already clarified to numerous channels, we are all allowed to broadcast the stream with commentary so long as it is on our websites and not on YouTube.
What?
Which is really weird.
What the
It's a weird
fuck?
thing to request or demand or whatever. That is, they've explicitly said that we can run for profit, members only, $10 if you want to watch our commentary
For the
debate stream,
people.
and they have no problem with it. Yet if we're on YouTube, providing it for free, with no ads even, that's the problem. I talked to YouTube. I said, YouTube,
Weird.
guys, you realize they actually aren't complaining about us. CNN is not saying Timcast's bad or any of these other podcasts bad. They're saying YouTube. They're going after you guys. YouTube is not very happy about it because it's literally CNN is making a move against YouTube as a whole and telling us, you feel free to use it, just not on YouTube. We don't want YouTube to have it. They don't want YouTube to have it unless it's on their channel. So whatever that means. Well, I tell you what, it will be up on X. So follow me on X at Timcast. It'll be on my Timcast account. Rumble, Timcast IRL. And of course, it will be live here. The first hour of the show, of course, will be our normal show. And the second hour is when the debate begins for an hour and a half. So there will be no super chat section and no members only. I told YouTube, I'm telling you right now, CNN has no right to take down the first hour of our show over a complaint over however many minutes from the next portion, which they would falsely claim is fair use. And if YouTube is to take action against us over a false claim, like, we've got a problem. So it's tough. Right now, I would say this. Our intention is, I'll say 90%. 90% likely you will see this on YouTube. And I say that because something may change tomorrow pertaining to a call from YouTube or something. It will be on X and it will be on Rumble so long as the system we've set up does work, and it seems to be working rather well. And so that's the case. So I'm looking forward to it. And we'll see what the CNN tries to do about it. But I think it'll be fine, and I think we'll see you here on YouTube. But let's read your super chats. Polly Puree says, am I first? You are. Congratulations. All right. Restless Medic says, if the House does not have the Sergeant-at-Arms remove Garland from his office in a highly publicized perp walk, which I'm under no delusion they'll do, then the rule of law is done and disobedience is the only solution. And that is, regardless of your opinion, what we have seen historically. As Matt Taibbi described several years ago, countries come to the point where two cars drive full speed down the road, drive up to the police station, two men jump out of the cars, run up to the chief of police and scream, arrest that man, at each other. And this is where we're currently at. We are at the point where the question is being asked, arrest that man. And Matt Taibbi's point was, a decision will be made. And that is your coup. That is your revolution. I don't know if that's his point, but that is what you get ultimately. All right. J3TL4G, great name, says, embarrassing to see you mock Bowman's loss and cheer on establishment Democrats taking his place. Anti-establishment left is not our enemy, boomer brain. I'm not a boomer. You clearly have no idea what you're talking about. It's sad, really. Bowman should be mocked. He is a criminal who broke the law and pulled a fire alarm and then lied about it and got a slap on the wrist. He's a scumbag. That's it. I celebrated when AOC beat Crowley because the establishment losing is funny, and then AOC joined the establishment. Bowman he's not the same as AOC, that's true. But they are all working at the behest of the establishment. They flipped a long time ago.
Also, it's good when commies lose.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, dude, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. He lost. Oh, I'm not going to cry about it. Like, whatever happens over there, fine. Grant Arnett says, did you see that Newsom is a surrogate for Biden for the debate tomorrow? I called this. I said Biden's going to be at a rally, and he's going to grip his chest and go, and then Gavin Newsom's going to throw his jacket off, run out on stage, and save the life of the president. I just didn't think it would be live on television, broadcast by everyone.
I mean, there is no studio audience, so that means he's got to be waiting in the wings or strapped to one of those things where you can, like, drop in like pseudo Spider-Man.
Pseudo Spider-Man.
What do we have? J3 once again says, so sad to see you defend lobbyists stealing races. I wish these lobbyists would fight half as hard for populist right-wing congressmen as they did against Bowman. So I don't care if lobbyists are doing anything.
As far as I'm concerned, I would support all kinds of lobbying to get communists out of the government. I would send checks in. I will help them out. I will endorse them. I will talk about it on the internet. If you're going to get commies out of the government, I don't care who's getting them out. Just get them out of there.
Do you know what lobbying means? You know,
yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny. People think lobbyist implies something beyond like, dude, there are people who walk up to members of Congress on the street and say, hey, are you going to vote for that Green New Deal thing?
Yep.
And they go, I'll think about it. Have a nice day.
Yep.
That's literally lobbying.
If you can get access to a congressperson or whatever, and all you're doing is saying, hey, look, there are people that really believe in this, and if you want to get their votes, blah blah blah,
that's really
you need to do that. And that's it. And it's not some kind of nefarious thing. As much as people are going to imply that it's nefarious, the idea that lobbyists actually have significant effect on the policies that the Congress people are selecting, that's not the way it works. The Congress people go and they look at their constituents, look at the people that they're representing, and they will select things that those people tend to agree on or tend to like, because they do try to represent their district. Because if they don't, they lose.
All politics,
not all,
that's the
but
thing. Like,
generally,
there are lobbyists who are effective and have an effect on government and what's going on. And part of it is all politicians who take money from anybody are ultimately beholden to whoever gave it to them. So that's why you see the difference between all politicians who gain office through grassroots funding versus someone who's really trying to have the big dollars. I mean, ultimately, everyone answers to someone. It's just a question of who.
I think that most of the time it's people answering to their constituents, specifically the politically motivated ones, because these people have to be able to rely on their votes when it's not. In the midterms, when you don't have a lot of attention. So like the people that are politically motivated and that have agendas that they care about, they're going to go ahead and they're going to contribute to organizations that have lobbyists. The NRA doesn't get people elected. The NRA supports people that already support the Second Amendment, and they support the Second Amendment because their constituents support the Second Amendment. If you're looking at people that are in the oil lobby, you tend to find people that are working for, like in Texas, that are working for oil companies and stuff like that, and the politicians support those ideas. Then the lobbyists come to help get them elected because they already support those ideas because they're representing their constituents. I do understand that there is some influence, but I don't think that it's as much of an effect as people generally think, because most people that complain about lobbyists, they tend to have the idea that like the lobbyists can just shovel money into their accounts and their bank.
I mean, lobbyists are able to shovel money in a way that a lot of independent donors, grassroots donors can't. And I think the other part is that a lobbying group could look at a candidate that's moderate on issue and say, hey, like, we really want to support you, but we need to know that you would vote a certain way on this, and that's the problem, right? They have an influence. I get that ultimately we want to believe our politicians represent the people, and maybe on certain issues they do, and maybe there are, and I think there are groups that we technically classify as lobbying groups that are, legitimately trying to do good in their communities.
For them.
Also equally as likely that lobbying groups are able to look at who they can influence and divert money in their direction. Like, we have to be skeptical of politics in all directions here. Lobbying groups don't get a pass.
All right, we'll read some super chats here. We got Ogan
Let's
Maddox
just start
says,
an hour later.
last night, but never addressed my question about Matt and Blonde possibly appearing on IRL, other than howdy people. Love this show. Matt and Blonde are always welcome to come on the show. Matt's fantastic. He's a good dude. Would be great to have him on. But he's in Montana, isn't he? He's far away.
They're way up there.
Yeah, but we'll fly him out. I'm down.
We'll go to Montana. No, I'm just kidding. We can start to pick up the show and go.
Let's go. We'll try and grab some super chats here. Heath Hansen says Congress has to act because people flagrantly lie to and ignore Congress and have made their inquiries impotent. Exercising congressional authority should not be out of the norm. I agree. All
Putting
right.
butter on bread.
Let's see what we got.
Microwave thing.
What do we have here?
Yeah.
Bucket
Drinking the beer.
Aquatic says Al Capone was not a government official making laws and enforcing them in this country. The comparison is apples to cactus, dude. You are way off. Apples to cactus. I've not heard that one. I enjoy it. Let's grab some. We got a lot of super chats in here. Oof.
It's a fiery conversation. People want to chime in.
Absolutely. Jacob Ollie says, Phil, I just wanted to thank you. You responded to my chat a couple weeks ago about my mom's medical stuff and money issues. You talked me into going out to talk to anyone for help. You have no idea how close I am how close I was to ending it. You and family helped. You saved my life.
I remember that day.
That's really great to hear, man. Thank you.
Was that when you said lift heavy thing, make sad voice go away?
I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I'm extremely blessed to be able to touch people, and I really appreciate you taking the time to let me know. And I'm glad that you are feeling better. It is important to get out there and make a change in your life if you're feeling down, and I'm so happy that you did. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll try and grab some super chats. We have very, very many. Nexus Layer says, should O.J. Simpson have been found guilty in violation of criminal procedure because everyone knew he did it? Should George Floyd have died because he was high behind a vehicle? Guest's position is unprincipled and insane.
You want to respond to that?
Sorry, can you read that again?
Should O.J. Simpson have been found guilty in violation of criminal procedure because everyone knew he did it? Should George Floyd have died because he was high behind a vehicle? Guest's position is unprincipled and insane.
Is that in relation to what I was saying
earlier on?
Okay, I don't really see any relation.
Okay. Let's grab some more. Brandon Parker says, this is very simple. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if it's okay to prosecute the right for contempt, then it's okay to prosecute the left for contempt, regardless of who they are. Justice is blind.
You want to snort my dander, baby?
I suppose so.
Stick it in your nostril and sniff, sniff, sniff my dander. It's like dandruff, even finer. It's for the rich people. They gander.
Comparison.
They want all my powder. They want
Kai says, Tim, ask him how he would feel if he did not have breakfast yesterday.
Bang, bang, bow. Bang, bang, bow. Bang, bang, bow.
All right.
Bang, bang,
let's scroll down and see what we got here. We got a lot of super chats. People are very, very opinionated about the conversation.
Super chats, baby.
All right. What do we have here? Copper Lobo says, Phil, can't wait to see you this summer. How did you manage to score Jason Richardson? He is a beast.
Well, we met Jason like back in 2011 or something like that was the first time I met him, and we just hit it off really well, like everyone in the band. And also, Jason was a big fan of Ollie, so not only was Jason a fan of Ollie, but Ollie was a big fan of Jason. The first tour that we did with him, Ollie came to the bus and he's like, "You guys have got to come watch this kid. He is 17 years old and he's amazing." And at the time, I had never seen a person.
My timer's almost up. I have 3 more minutes.
So Jason and Ollie
I have 2 more minutes, y'all.
And
thank you all for hanging out.
When they got the chance, and
yeah, one more chance to do the Rob,
if anything
and
ever
then
happened
that's
to me,
it.
and this was, it was a
2 more minutes. You got 2 more minutes to die.
Take my place, and so
2 more minutes. Maybe you won't. You'll get high.
In a band at the time.
2 more minutes. You gotta Rob to know. If you don't play, then you won't know.
It's an amazing,
big dodo.
To be able to say that if we can't have Ollie because Ollie's passed away, we can have the guy that Ollie wanted, and that's a big deal to me. So I'm forever grateful for Jason, and I'm also forever grateful for Ollie. So cheers.
Hal Gailey says, Trump, quote,
I'm forever grateful to all you guys. Thanks for being awesome. Hope to see you again tomorrow.
I'm going to set it in front of the people and hawk Tua. Spit on that thing. Your legacy is garbage.
Hope to see you again tomorrow. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Oh shit! I don't have the other. I don't even have this channel's thing over here. It's the thing I want over here. It doesn't have the thing. The thing I want over here. It does have the thing on it. Where is the thing? I got it now. Here it comes, plow, plow. It's there in the middle so you can see. I haven't been so feisty. I was doing